Peace, peace and love, family. Shay, man. We back in the building. We at the Runner Ridge Frontier. We at the HOK. We doing our thing tonight, man. Got the Bomb Squad in the building. Got my brother Humble Mystic in the building. Got God Energy coming up. And I'm here to do my presentation. Today, we going in. This ain't just for the brother Mighty Hebrew, even though I got some stuff for the Mighty Hebrew. But I really want to go into the dangers of this new age esoteric metaphysic and trying to blend it in within our culture. And I think a lot of us are ignorant and blind to the sources of a lot of this stuff. Because if you hear it the first time, you might think it's maybe original to us, got something going on for us, when in all reality, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's one of those many things that really don't belong to our community that we adopted. So I'm going to play the tunes. We go get into it. And of course, I'm going to let the family come on for the feedback. But with no further ado, man, let's get it, man. You know where we at. You know what we doing. Bomb Squad, we on the ground.
Bomb Squad. Bomb Squad.
Bomb Squad, I shake at the front of the line. Young lions in the classroom, sharpening in the mind. They said we came too early, said the fire was too small. Now the whole room is shaking when they hear that call. Study back in motion, notebooks open wide. Brother God energy, steady at the side. Humble mystic with the spark that never fades. Turning hard-earned lessons into cannonball waves. Bomb Squad, hear the name ignite. Young minds with the courage, turning dark to light. Bomb Squad, loud enough to stay. Pseudos remember us, we don't fade away. It's a queen on the line with the feminine intellect. Sharper than the clean cut, earned and well respect. Rhetoric frontier, that's the banner that we claim. Every bar a lesson and every lesson flame. Elder something at the gate, precise with the reply. Cutting through the nonsense, letting trolls drip by. King J in the pocket, keeping rhythm in the place. I kick with the lion heart, bringing better days. Bomb Squad, hear the name ignite. Young minds with the courage, turning dark to light. Bomb Squad, loud enough to stay. Pseudos remember us, we don't fade away. Not too young to teach the elders, watch the truth unfold. New voices in the fire with a spirit bold. We build with every syllable, we rise with every scar. From the corner to the summit, we know exactly who we are. Bomb Squad, hear the name ignite. Young minds with the courage, turning dark to light. Bomb Squad, loud enough to stay. Pseudos remember us, we don't fade away. Bomb Squad, raise it high, let the whole world see. Study is the weapon and the future's in the key. Bomb Squad, we were born to lead. Young scholars carrying the flame, planting every seed.
Let's go.
Bomb Squad.
I love that intro. That intro fire, Shay.
Bomb Squad.
Appreciate it, brother.
Let's go. I got the facts, I got the truth. I got the facts, I got the truth. But you got nothing. The shit. Yeah. The sheer velocity of my animosity will properly destroy your philosophy. You crossing me with mediocrity, my full autonomy of my armory will blow veins, blood vessels, and arteries. So don't target me to admonish me, cause honestly, you don't have the mental archery to stop the slaughtery. Possibly you might survive the atrocity, but it's more probably you will be issuing apologies. You lose to my policy or my camaraderie. So follow me. I got a nation of millions breaking your dealings, forsaking you villains, raising your ceilings, casing your buildings while you chasing your feelings. Bomb Squad, let's go. I got the facts to back me up. What you got? I got the truth to lift me up. What you got? Yes, go. I got the facts to back me up. What you got? What you got? I got the truth to lift me up. What you got? What you got? You ain't got nothing. stunting and fronting. We embrace the hate that debate facilitates. We erase the hate your base deliberates. Lay waste to the case your point demonstrates. Eliminate, eviscerate what you create or illustrate. It's time to face the fate or the wake of your debate. So you pace in haste and disappear without a trace. But there's no place that's safe from your fake takes. Bad mistakes you make, what a tangle where we weave. When we practice to deceive, what's perceived or believed is achieved by your lead. So I'll proceed to relieve all the deeds of lies that you breed. What I bleed is from a different creed, a different seed. It inference me from your mind's infancy. Foul tendencies and lack of verbal efficiency. I got the facts to back me up. What you got? What you got? I got the truth to lift me up. What you got? What you got? I got the facts to back me up. What you got? What you got? I got the truth to lift me up. What you got? You ain't got nothing, 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 nothing. Just stunting and fronting.
And that's all they got, man. They ain't got nothing. Whole lot of stunting there in front. But with no further ado, fam, you know what I mean? Let's get straight to the presentation. You know, let's not hold nobody up. Let's get right into this thing. Get me off the screen. I want everybody to see this. It's gonna be a good one. So let's pop it off. 2 seconds, actually. So, of course, Theosophy explained by the brother Bomb Squad, Ashe, man. Of course, Theosophy was founded by a few people, mainly Madame P. Blavatsky. Was a couple in on it. People like Occult, Lee Beater, Annie Vazant came a little bit later. These are the spearheads of Theosophy. So let's go. Origins of Venice. Coming from the Greek word theos, meaning God, and the Greek word Sophia, meaning wisdom, we find this term Theosophy. It presents itself as a revival of an ancient universal divine wisdom, quote unquote, founded in New York in 1875 by Helena P. Blavatsky, Henry Steele, Occult, and others. Theosophy arose in a period marked by spiritualism, seances, mediumship, Western occult revival as in Hermeticism, combined with growing Western interest in Hinduism and Buddhism. Blavatsky claimed access to advanced spiritual adepts called Mahatmas or masters. I want you to understand that 1875 New York ain't 2026, not even 2000 New York. This is before the industrialization period. So you don't have all of the skyscrapers and all of this stuff. New York is still one of them spaces and places where cats is just going to get their hustle on. So like I said, you know, spiritualism, individuals claiming to have, you know, certain access to certain things and they would pay you for it. Fortune tellers, if you would. Things of that nature. That was a lot of that going around. Everybody wanted to get the keys to the new thing going on, the spiritual awakening. Everybody claimed to be a master teacher around these times. So you see this. So she claimed to have this exam spiritual masters called the Mahatmas or the masters, especially Mahatma Morta, who is on the right. No, this is Mahatma Morta. He's on the right. And then you have Kuthumi is on the left. It's funny that both these guys kind of look like Jesus, if you would, especially Kuthumi. Now, there's been no verification for the Mahatmas. Nobody has ever verified Kuthumi or Moria. New York at this time was not the famous Washington. It was not as famous as Washington at that time. Washington was the Astoria state in the U.S. New York didn't have the skyscrapers. New York was just a town of Yankees and seance performing mystics, like I just said. Blavatsky was the principal doctrinal architect. Occult handled organization and expansion. The society relocated its headquarters to Adyar, India in 1882. So it's funny that I heard my brother Mighty Hebrew kicking a lot of Indian origin while he was shrouding his talking points around Theosophy. Just so happened, she moved her headquarters to Adyar, India. This is way in the 1800s, fam. Symbolically aligned in the movement with South Asian religious tradition. Why India? The school system constantly doubled down on the primordial Western wisdom religion was preserved in the East India. And India and Tibet were repositories of ancient esoteric knowledge. So we located in India reinforced that narrative physically. It placed the movement at the supposed geographical source of its claimed wisdom tradition. Also, it's the 19th century, where Sanskrit texts are being translated into European languages. Thus, Western scholars are then fascinated by the Vedas and the Upanishads. By moving to India, theosophy gained direct engagement with Hindu reformers and distance from being seen as merely an American occult sect. So they seemed more exclusive because they was out there with that movement. You had all of these guys that seemed like what they was doing was original. Who are Kudhumi and Mahatma Mordia? These figures allegedly resided in Tibet or the Himalayas and transmitted occult doctrine via precipitated letters, which they called the Mahatma letters. Though there's no verified proof of the masters, the Mahatma letters compiled in 1923, though supposed written anywhere from 1840 to 1884, they speak on a cyclic evolutionary cosmology using Darwinian language, spiritual ascending attachments, showing a model from plants to animals to humans, and to eventually, this is a quote from the text itself, superhumans. Blending Darwin evolutionary language combined with this ascension form spiritually is purely a theosophical invention. So when you get to talking to evolution, you know, when we evolved into these ethereal beings, and then we had another evolution, they're using that Darwinian language, but it's this spiritual transcendent, the spiritual attachment that they put, that's purely theosophical. Whenever you see a cat doing that, he kicking theosophy to you. The Mahatma letters. The letters describe humans as composed of rupa, which is body, prana, which is vitality, linga sharira, which is the astral double, kama, the desired principle, and manas, which is the mind. And it's funny because he did say that. He said mana comes from the word mind, buddhi, which is the spiritual intuition, and atma, which is the divine essence. This is the original template for your 7 chakra system and its connection to the astral body, which is another theosophical invention. So whenever you hear him, I was in the astral plane, I was in the astral body, that's all theosophical, fam. The letters also cover a master class of adepts, a hidden brotherhood, if you will. And these masters are guiding human evolution, they say. This is your original ascended master idea. Now, today, if you look on the ascended master list, they got all kind of guides on it. The ascended master, I got it down here on the down bottom. This is heavily rooted in the UFA-based cults and the religions, and many New Age ideologies surrounding the depthhood and secret knowledge as well. For you even have, who was that? That was our what's the brother's called? Moral Science Temple, where they associate a lot of master adepts. Noble Drew went out and he studied with these Egyptian adepts. He went through these initiations, they say. Smearer in that right here on the bottom, of course. This is the new list of the ascended masters. On there, of course, you got Jesus, Confucius, Sanat Kumara, Krishna, Hathor made the list, Buddha's on the list, El Mori is on the list. It's crazy, but this is these talks, these are these circles. This is what comes with that territory. Final page on the Mahatma letters. Excuse me. Esoteric knowledge. The Mahatmas claim true knowledge comes from the occult initiation. Modern science sees only surface phenomena, they say. And mainstream esoteric science trump mainstream science. They frame theosophy as a higher synthesis of religion and science. So, of course, Helena Blavatsky, she had 3 famous works, I believe. She had the Isis Unveiled, Sacred Doctrine, and there was another one I'm going to cover. So published in 1877, she had 2 volumes. She had volume 1 that was science, and she had volume 2 theology, which she went on religion. Blavatsky critiqued Christianity, arguing Christianity borrowed from the older mystery systems. She went on to say that the very Christian dogma corrupted the original esoteric truth, and the church institutions suppressed occult wisdom. She showed parallel between Gnosticism, Egyptian spirituality, Hinduism, and Greek mystery systems, plainly stating Christianity is a derivative, not a unique creation. It's funny. When I see her put all that together, it kind of reminds me of Nuapianism, just a tight bit. But you're going to see why that is a little bit later on in the presentation, though. She also attacked 19th century scientific reductionism, pushing the idea that consciousness is the fundamental and matter is secondary, pointing out also her issue with science dismissal of the spiritual phenomena. So she had that within her volume 1 Science and Isis Unveiled. She went on to say that mesmeric trance revealed hidden faculties of the consciousness, pointing out subjects undergoing magnetism could display clairvoyance. Example she gave: mere mesmeric patients diagnosing their own illnesses in trance and somnambulistic states producing altered personality or knowledge, which we call sleepwalking. Mesmerism evolved into hypnosis. So before we ever had hypnosis, what we did with now, we have something called mesmerism, to be mesmerized. That's what they had back in the day. That was coined by an individual, this man on the right, Franz Anton Mesmer, in the 18th century. He proposed a universal fluid called animal magnetism that could affect health and consciousness. Mesmer's techniques involved using magnets, waving his hands over patients, and placing them in trance-like states, which became known as mesmerism, hence where we get the word mesmerized. He believed in invisible fluid in the body could be manipulated to cure diseases. Pseudo 101. Isis Unveiled, page 4. Her central claim was all religion stemmed from a primordial esoteric doctrine. She claimed this doctrine was preserved in secret initiatory schools and only fragmented in the exoteric religions. She claimed these Tibetan Himalayan adepts were the guards of this secret knowledge. Here you go, is the image of them all right here. You see Saint Germain, they depict him on the left. That's going to be El Moria in the middle. He always has the head wrap, and then Kut Humi on the right, and then of course her in the middle. This picture's photograph has unknown origins, they say. Keep going. The Secret Doctrine, 1888. So her other book. Once again, a two-part work. The first one, Cosmogenesis, and the second one, Anthropogenesis. A lot of people took these works and they built on top of that. Like I said, you know, humble God energy. If y'all want to stop me, add in anything, let me know. So, Blavatsky stated that the entire system was ran by three forces. One, the absolute and eternal, boundless, immutable principle beyond being and non-being, impersonal and ineffable. She rejects the idea of personal creator God and an anthropomorphic deity. She rejects it. This is plainly the Neoplatonic one idea, that all existence comes from one source. This is what she claimed. Universal cyclic law was the second one she said. She says everything unfolds in cycles, starting with universes to races, to civilizations, then to souls, drawing on the Hindu influence going in on creation not being linear, stating that it is a periodic manifestation followed by dissolution. She recognized the existence of the individual souls being controlled by what she said was an oversoul, like a collective consciousness, if you would. She claimed every individual consciousness was a ray of the absolute on a long evolutionary journey destined for a spiritual self-realization. Now, put that in the Phil Valentine voice and tell me you ain't heard that before. I'm going to say it again. I'm going to take out that part. I'm going to just say this and tell me you ain't heard this from Phil. We must recognize the existence of the individual soul being controlled by an oversoul, like a collective consciousness. The claim of every individual consciousness was a ray of the absolute in a long evolutionary journey destined for a spiritual self-realization. You can't tell me you ain't heard that.
Hey, that's Dr. Phil Valentine all day long.
You can't tell me you ain't heard that one. This is deep. Oh, God. Let's keep going, man. The seven plane reality is literally a theosophical creation. So whenever you hear a guy kick that, the divine, spiritual, intellectual, psychic, astral, ethereal, then the physical, whenever it tells you that's how we came into being, he kicking all that theosophy to you, bro. Telling you, miss you with that. It was crazy when I seen the brother Mighty Hebrew literally pull up this image right here on the right with the polar race, Hyperborean race, Lemurian race, but it didn't include her image, which it should, because this is her creation. Let's go. Because this is anthropogenesis. Anthropogenesis, which would mean many human genesis. Kind of like with Sanchez was trying to kick the Ankh when they had their debate. This deals with human evolution. She introduces root race theory. When I heard the brother Mighty Hebrew giving that presentation, he was throwing that term around so loosely, you would have thought it belonged to the Hebrew Israelite culture. Root race, root race, root race, root race. I'm like, bro, do you know what you're saying? So she introduced root race theory, featuring the 7 evolutionary stages of humanity. 1, the Polarian or the ethereal. I've heard Dr. York say that many times. 2, the Hyperborean. 3, the Lemurian, which is kind of crazy because I'm hearing that a little bit more and more within the Black conscious community where they be talking about Lemurians. We came from a Mu. We was the Lemurians. We lived underwater. Crazy as hell. And then Atlantean. 5 will be the Aryan, and then 6 and 7 were the future spiritual races. Now, it's something crazy about these, and if you go into her works, she says these 6 and 7, that these was going to be a more of a asexual being, that we was going to lose identity and start being like the return to what he wants us to be, basically like a trans. That's why I said it was a Bati boy doctrine from the beginning. But that's just crazy. Atlantis, when you get to hearing that, you got to understand that that's pure Greek philosophy. Atlantis? Come on, bro. Let's keep on going. Sacred doctrine criticism on science. Blavatsky critiqued 19th century science, stating modern science sees only phenomena, while occult science sees nomina, or an object within itself. And most speculated of all claims was that ancient initiates held and preserved the knowledge that we was looking for. She said theosophy was a restoration of hidden knowledge suppressed by materialism. Now, what are the keys to theosophy, Asha? The keys to theosophy was her last work, which was written in 1889, to form a nucleus of the universal brotherhood of humanity without distinction of race, creed, sex, caste, or color. This is the core message in the keys to theosophy, right? Sacred doctrine, the world teacher idea in the office concept. Blavatsky hints that certain spiritual roles are offices, not personalities, stating that there is a Buddha principle, there is a Christ principle, and there is a world teacher function. But these are cosmic positions in an occult hierarchy, not unique divine incarnations. So she didn't believe that Christ was the person. She didn't believe like Jesus himself was the one. She said basically you can encompass this. It's funny how we adopt these talking points. How many times, put a 1 in the chat, how many times have you heard we want to achieve Christ consciousness within the Black conscious community?
Chosen was saying that yesterday.
Who was saying that?
Chosen, you know, Chosen was saying that.
Yeah, wow. So at its best. Christ consciousness. Like it's a little office you can go in and out. But these are okay. She reframes Christ as a principle. Damn. That reframing things as a principle thing doesn't seem new. She reframes Christ as a principle, not Jesus exclusively. Buddha as an office, not just Gautama. And avatars as periodic manifestations of cosmic intelligence. This is how she lays it. It's funny, you see right here, Christ consciousness, you got the whole Star of David in the middle, a whole color system. Inky told y'all this a long time ago that whenever you see those colors lined up like that, that's our Blavatsky, baby. Let's go into some members. Who was the people who was in it, who was joining this, who made it famous, who put it on. Theosophy members and inspired people. Let's go A, J. Krishnamurti. Now this is a little bit later after Blavatsky. In 1909, at the Theosophical headquarters in Adyar, India, Charles Webster Leadbeater, a proclaimed aura reader or clairvoyant, who would also lay heavy development to later esoteric hierarchy systems, claimed he saw an extraordinary aura around a frail young boy on the beach. That boy was Jiddu Krishnamurti. Now, I gotta be honest, bro. I'm a man. It's something real strange about an older white man sitting up on the beach looking at a young boys. That's crazy as hell in itself. That was crazy. That was predator activity.
Yeah.
That was crazy. So let's go. Leadbeater declared him to be the future vehicle of the coming world teacher, which is a messianic figure to theosophists, and they were expecting this. At the time, the president of the Theosophical Society was Annie Besant. Here on the left is J. Krishnamurti, and on the right is Annie Besant. All right. So they groomed this young man to be this thing. I want you to talk a little bit on it before I go in, Humble, because you kind of introduced me.
Yeah. So, for those who don't know who J. Krishnamurti is, he was supposed to be something like the next perfect human being, right? So basically, what the Theosophical Society was doing back in the day was they was kidnapping kids, and they was running experiments trying to make the next Christ on earth. Literally, it was trying to make the next perfect being. And they thought they found the next perfect being in J. Krishnamurti. One day, in front of, New York, they set him up a speech. He was supposed to come out and say that he was the teacher of the world. Instead, he came out and he renounced all of that. And he was like, I ain't none of that. I was brainwashed. He started exposing them, talking about what they was doing to him and all the little experimentations in the laboratories and things of that nature. And so, yeah, they did J. Krishnamurti bad, man. If y'all really want to do some, get some in-depth research, y'all can most definitely go check him out on YouTube. He still got a lot of talks on there, and he talks strictly about what Brother Ashe is talking about now, how wicked these people were. I land my plane with that. Thank you, Brother Ashe.
Absolutely, brother. I appreciate that. Hold on, let me get JJ ass out of here. JJ ain't supposed to be up in here. You know you ain't supposed to be here, dude. But let me keep going, man. Let's go. The world teacher leader J. Krishnamurti, speaking on exactly what the brother just said. After Helena Petrona Blavatsky died, later leaders, especially Annie Besant and Charles Lee, developed a new doctrine, the World Teacher Project. They believe great spiritual beings like Maitreya or Christ consciousness would soon manifest. This being would use a human, quote-unquote, vehicle. In 1909, Lee Beater identified a young Krishnamurti in India as that vehicle. To prepare the world, they created to gather followers, prepare humanity for the world teacher, and to position Krishnamurti as a central figure. Krishnamurti will be educated by theosophists, separated from usual upbringing, surrounded by not just local but global expectations of being a messianic figure. So it wasn't just the Indians who was banking on them. The world was looking at him. He's like, this the guy. This supposed to be Jesus. Damn near. This the Christ. He the Messiah. They was waiting on him. World teacher. Over time, Krishnamurti began to question authority, rejecting the idea of spiritual hierarchy, ultimately doubting the organized belief system that raised him. He underwent intense personal, psychological, and mystical experiences, often called the quote-unquote process, which shaped his independent thinking. In 1929, in the Netherlands, Krishnamurti dissolved the Order of the Star. His famous statement made that day was, "Truth is a pathless land." Ultimately, he stated and denied the need for gurus, the authority of masters, and spiritual ranking systems. This crippled the theosophical ideology because he also denied being a Messiah and this chosen vehicle he was claimed to be. Right there is the image in front of all of the people where he denounced it. Let him down. He killed them, shattered them with that one.
Yeah, they actually, it's so interesting as well. If I can just add one more small detail, they shunned him after this. He couldn't, all the resources he had set up and all of, the little organizations he was going to lead and stuff like that. They took, y'all know how they did Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X. They had everything when they was buying into it. But then when they, started to come to their senses of like, yo, what's something fishy with this? They started to take the resources. They did the same thing to J. Krishnamurti.
That's deep. That's super deep. That's wild. Theosophical ideas explained and teachers of it who secretly. Key theosophical doctrines, just to give a little recap on it all. You got root race theory, spiritual evolution of humanity, hidden masters, ancient global hidden wisdom traditions, subtle bodies and astral planes, reincarnation as the cosmic law, lost advanced civilizations like Atlantis and Lemuria, initiation and higher consciousness stages. When these ideas appear together in a structured system, that's typically theosophical lineage. This is fun. This is where it get a little bit fun. So we got the occult web from Blavatsky to the 20th century counterculture. This is fun. We can interact with this if y'all want. I don't mind. Now, starting at the very top, we got HP. She the queen. She the HBIC. She kicked it all off. Right? She starts a theosophical school. That's going to take place in 1831 to 1891. Check her out. Right? This is the source of modern esotericism. I don't know if y'all can see it. I'm gonna give y'all a little zoom. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all one zoom. Right? We got Annie C. Besant, lead beater. They was the successors, and they create the Order of the Star. They gave that to my man over here, who we just talked about, Jiddu Krishnamurti. Bang, that's that whole link up and sync up. Then you got S.L. McGregor's Mathers, right? He heavily influenced, but he gonna be coming out.
When you done explaining this, brother Ashe, I'm gonna get in right after you.
I got you. I mean, before we go into Mathers, we got to go into Aleister Crowley with the Lima. The Lima, I'm gonna give it to Lima first, because that's when he's going to influence a lot of these guys. As you see, he's in the middle. He's the branch off. He's the key connection to it all, right? Because he's in the music industry. He's like heavily influenced within Hollywood. But when you get McGregor Mathers over here, he's the founder and mentor of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Crowley's thing was Oros Templi Orientis, but the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, that's going to influence individuals like W.B. Yeats and Arthur McCutcheon and them. These guys, they create like weird fiction. They create that type of stuff where you start like seeing like real weird things in fiction. This gives birth to sci-fi, right? Then when you go into sci-fi, you're going to have, of course, L. Ron Hubbard, who was a founder of the Church of Scientology and sci-fi. And his relation is going to be, of course, the Jack Parsons, who was the Pasadena Rocketeer. He was in the rocketeering and all of that. They were studying space and all that. We gonna talk about that because this is where the UFO talk gets introduced. They start mixing the UFO talk with the science fiction, and you see how you got all of the spiritual guys and esoteric guys up here who kind of like the fathers of it. So they start blending all of that stuff up, and when you blend all that up, you get a pretty crazy baby. You get a pretty crazy baby. So I'm gonna talk about all these individuals. I ain't gonna break them down from here. We just go name them. We got H.P. Blavatsky, S.L. McGregor's, W.B. Yeats, L. Ron Hubbard, Jack Parsons. We're gonna talk about Aleister Crowley, Kenneth Anger is important, Anton LaVey, the founder of the Church of Satan, Sammy Davis, Jane Mansfield, McGregor, Ozzy Osbourne, David Bowie, the Beatles, etc. It's going to be great. Go ahead, Humble.
I just want to say this is a great map of the occult web. However, it's missing one important name: John Bellew Newborough. Right? While he worked closely with Madame Blavatsky in the Theosophical Foundation. Out of this is where we start to see the shaping and forming of what we now know as the Wssr or Faithism. The Wssr Bible. What the Wssr Bible did was it blended exactly what you were saying, right? The ethereal worlds that Madame Blavatsky was talking about, the cycles of civilization that Madame Blavatsky was talking about, and it added its own elaborate cosmology and its own unique view of the creator. Wow. So she influenced a whole slew of people that's not even mentioned on here. And this is a great map, right? But I just want the family to know that the map extends much further. This
you
is
want
just
to know who else is an honorary mention that needs to be on here?
Mm-hmm.
Louis Farrakhan.
Facts.
Louis Farrakhan, but don't worry, I didn't leave him out. I got him. I got him as well. We ain't gonna let him slide. So let's go into it. Kick it off with everybody's favorite, Bobby Hemmett, the master teacher himself. You know, I say Cthulhu. I say your ancestors. Rest in peace, Bobby Hemmett, man. Bobby Hemmett focused and spoke on ideas like the pineal gland activation, higher dimensions, ancient advanced civilization, melanin and spiritual tech, and hidden knowledge suppressed by the elites. This is theosophy just rebranded within the Afrocentricism, right? So he fed it to us the way that we wanted it, but it was still her. And if you're really a follower of Bobby Hemmett, we even got a guy in chat called Apprentice of Bobby Hemmett, then you've heard him firsthand reference Madame Blavatsky. Uh-oh, there go your boy, man. Doc, Pops. Ain't that how they be calling him? Pops. He busted too. But not for the famous thing we all know about. We got him in this. Dr. Malachi Z. York. Dr. York created a highly syncretic system, including ancient astronauts, extraterrestrial origins, Egyptology, and UFO theology. York presents the same idea of secret teachers being from planet Risk, similar to Blavatsky's idea of the secret Tibetan masters. York goes in on the different human origins, so he got his own little what was it called? Anthropogenesis. He got his own little version of that as well. We should all be kind of hip to that. If you've been around the conscious community for a while, you know how he get into it. He get into it crazy. York goes, he got the advanced ancient beings and the civilization cycles that align directly with the theosophical root race doctrine. York was wild with it. Here you go, right here. You got some of his races right here. He has stuff like the let me see if I can get some stuff on top of my head. The Danakiel, the Taru, who he claimed to be subterranean beings that live under earth. I heard Mighty Hebrew within his presentation talk about subterranean beings living under earth as well. Man, York was in it deep. Because he even had the whole Nuwabo symbol. Chuck Morgan put me on this. The Nuwabo symbol is the theosophical symbol. Literally. There's the Nuwapian joint on the left. This Madame Blavatsky on the right. Wow. The Ankh inside of the 6-point star, he just flipped it and tried to make it a little Islamic and get y'all the crescent moon where she got the Ouroboros going on. Another follower, Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi did have early contact with the Theosophical Society while studying in London. Theosophists introduced him to texts like the Bhagavad Gita, which became central to his thinking. Theosophy often promotes a universalist blending of religions and hidden wisdom traditions, which you can see in how Gandhi was encouraged to reinterpret Hindu texts through a more global spiritual lens. Gandhi's own writings from this time show clear prejudice. He referred to Black Americans in his derogatory terms. This is just something on him, just real quick. Commenting in a colonial language such as the savages. He argued that Indians were more civilized and should not be grouped with the African. He campaigned for Indian rights with the colonial system, not against the system as a whole. Gandhi, page 2. Gandhi took a vow of celibacy, right? This is called Brahmacharya in 1906. Later, he began what he called experiments in self-control. He slept in the same bed with young women, including his grandniece Manu Gandhi. Sometimes they slept unclothed. He framed this as a test of his ability to remain sexually pure. Even without evidence of sexual activity, there are serious issues like power imbalance. He was a revered leader. The women were followers or dependents. Also, the questions of the actual consent of these women has long been speculated. So just seeing that he was influenced by this crazy ideology,
sick stuff, bro.
That he was influenced by this crazy ideology, and what he went on to perpetuate afterward is nothing nice. Nothing nice. So going to the web breakdown. Let's break the web down, right? I just had to throw those on you before we got into it. Transition into Western occult orders from Theosophy. The chart flows into the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn with key figures like Aleister Crowley. What changed here? Why Theosophy focused on philosophy and mysticism. The Golden Dawn and Crowley focused more on ritual magic and practical occultism. Crowley then finds the Ordos Templi Orientis. This is the bridge between 19th century mysticism and 20th century counterculture, right? Then we got your boy Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, rockets, spaceships, and ritual. This is deep. Pay attention to this part. Jack Parsons was a founder of what became Jet Propulsion Laboratory, the JPL. is a federally funded research and development center managed by the California, founded in 1936. It specializes in the robotic exploration of the solar system and the development of advanced space technologies. Parson was a devoted follower of Aleister Crowley and his system of Thelema. Parson didn't separate science and occultism. He believed in rocketry, which is a way to physically reach the stars mixed with ritual magic, a way to spiritually access higher intelligences. In his mind, both were parts of the same mission, human expansion beyond earth, material, and spiritual. He talked about that in his book, The Collective Writings of Jack Parsons. So you got Thelema, Aleister Crowley, and his system. Now you see it right here. You got Brother Panic, rest in peace. A name that you will find kind of prominently within the esoteric side, the metaphysical side of the Black conscious community. And of course, his master teacher, Bobby Hemmett. Crowley's system, Thelema, taught contact with higher beings and evolution into a higher form of humanity. The idea of hidden advanced beings guided humanity traces back strongly to the Theosophical Society. Parsons inherits this idea but reframes it into a more ritual, magical way. This mirrors the ideas brought by brothers like Bobby Hemmett and Brother Panic, rest in peace, with ideas like achieving the diamond body, they would say, or achieving the rainbow body. L. Ron Hubbard. Hubbard showed up in Parsons' life in the mid-1940s. At the time, he was not yet the founder of Scientology. This was before that. Instead, he got involved in Parsons' occult circle in Pasadena. They collaborated on rituals known as Babylon Working. Now, Babylon Working is another Bati Boy doctrine, which I believe is the core influence behind everything that the brother Mighty Hebrew was kicking as far as the androgynous being. What is Babylon Working? The Babylon Working ritual of 1946 was to invoke a divine feminine entity, which they named Babylon, and also manifest a new age or a new type of being. Parson believed he was opening a gateway for transformative spiritual forces. Thus, humanity was on the edge of a new evolutionary step. Elron acted as the scribe and partner to these rituals. He later distanced himself and took money from Parsons over in a business dispute. So he got down on old Parson. Then that's how he got the money to do this. After leaving Parson, L. Ron Hubbard developed Scientology, founded in 1954. Scientology is still a modern religious movement emphasizing spiritual rehabilitation through specific practices and teachings, but also included galactic history, the idea that humans are spiritual beings trapped in physical forms alongside alien civilization. So this is the whole Xenu narrative, right? And once you go through once you pay all your money, because it's a pay-to-play type of program, once you pay all your money, go through all of these teachings, the magnum opus, they tell you that the world is being ran by a intergalactic ruler named Zeno. They got you looking crazy as hell. Now, this is crazy. This one hurt because it got too close to home with this one with the NOI. The Nation of Islam connection to Scientology. In late 2010, Louis Farrakhan publicly announced that he had studied Dianetics, Scientology's core mental and self-improvement system, and believed it held the keys to psychological healing for Black Americans. Farrakhan argued that while the NOI provided spiritual truth and moral discipline, its members still carried deep historical trauma and psychological wounds that needed a practical tool to heal. He framed Dianetics not as a replacement for NOI theology, but as a quote-unquote technology to uncover and erase painful past experiences, what Scientology calls engrams. He famously stated that L. Ron Hubbard was, quote-unquote, his quote, a man who was trying to heal a sick world, and urged every Nation of Islam member to become a certified Dianetics auditor. Now, I'm finna hit this real quick because this is his let me stop sharing this screen with y'all. Come back over here, right? Because this was gonna get a little wild. So this is on his Britannica, on his biography. Because I just hit the link that I have within the presentation. I want to show y'all. Go all the way down. It was almost like they tried to hide it. Hold on. me 2 seconds. Adolf Hitler. And damn it, give me 2 seconds. Because it speaks about it within. This is his biography right here. I'm just kind of like skimming through it with my eye. I should have been right on that part. Here we go, right here. Bang. Ongoing, I highlighted for the family. Ongoing health issues forced Farrakhan to reduce his role in the Nation of Islam in the early 21st century. He nevertheless maintained a fairly high profile, giving online sermons in addition to his public speeches. In 2010, he publicly embraced Dianetics, a practice of Scientology, in which the mind is cleared of engrams, mental images of past experiences that produce negative emotional effects in one's life. Farrakhan also said that he wanted all Nation of Islam members to become auditors, practitioners of Scientology's one-on-one counseling process that is meant to facilitate individuals' handlings of their enneagrams. In 2019, Facebook banned Farrakhan from its site, citing his dangerous views. However, he maintained following on other social medias. In 2023, he filed a lawsuit against the Anti-Defamation League. So even Facebook tried to take him down for kicking the pseudo. Even Facebook ain't want him kicking it crazy. But let's go back to the presentation, man. So bang. So Farrakhan and the e-meters. So they was using this like little pseudo tech that they had exclusive to the church of Scientology called the e-meter, where they was like measuring the engrams. I'm going to talk about it. The adoption was not merely symbolic; it was systematically rolled out across the Nation of Islam mosque worldwide. Thousands of NOI members underwent Dianetic auditing, a form of spiritual counseling using an e-meter, right? It says by 2011, over 1,000 NOI members, including prominent leaders, had earned official certifications as Dianetic auditors. High-ranking Scientology officials began attending NOI events, and NOI members were regularly seen at Scientology celebrity centers and advanced organizations. Now, that had to have been a crazy moment. That had to be crazy to see, and I guarantee that it hasn't stopped. In 2013, the Church of Scientology awarded Farrakhan the Ignited Flame Award at their annual gathering in East Grinstead, England. So he met him in Europe, got a certificate from him and all. This is deep. So, and let's talk about what is the e-meter, because like y'all say, you've seen me throw around that term within their e-meter. They using e-meters. An e-meter, short for electropsychometer, is a religious artifact and tool used exclusively in Scientology and Dianetics counseling sessions, known as auditing. So this is what they was using, this little tech. Now, I know that they have to pay this Church of Scientology, because I'm pretty sure these white folks wasn't giving these brothers this stuff for free. Real talk. So they had to do some type of funding back and forth with these guys. So at its core, the device is essentially a simplified skin galvanometer. Similar to the component used in lie detector tests, it measures electrodermal activity, galvanic skin response, by passing a tiny, imperceptible electrical current through the human body. Scientologists teach that mental images, spiritual mass, and subconscious emotion distress alters the body's electrical resistance. When a subject thinks about a painful memory, trauma, or lie, the church holds that the needle twitches or drops, signaling an area of hidden spiritual burden, which they call an engram, that needs to be addressed. Here we got the faces of the UFO-based occults, cults and religions, or we just call New Age spiritualism. So, of course, we got these guys with the mother plane. They kicking the UFO to you. Yahweh being Yahweh was kicking the UFOs to you. Malachi Z. York, he kicking the Bible to you. That was UFO talk as well. So it's all within our community. We can't say that we wasn't talking about it. Occult and literature. W.B. Yeats, a Nobel Peace Prize winner in literature, wasn't just influenced, but a full-blown, deep-rooted initiated in the Hermetical Order of the Golden Dawn. Remember, he was on the list. He was also into ceremonial magic, astrology, spiritual communication. He even conducted rituals, internal and internal order of politics. This is his work right here, of vision. This is your guy, a Nobel Peace Prize winner, full-blown follower of your boy Crowley. You got H.P. Lovecraft. Lovecraft was not an occultist. He appears on the web because of his fiction. He utilized occult themes like grimoires, forbidden knowledge systems. He created texts like the Call of Cthulhu, which featured occult-like elements like the hidden codes, ancient beings, and utilized rituals to awaken cosmic forces. He also created a fake spell book called the Necronomicon. No, y'all heard of that one. It had summoning formulas and deal with cosmic entities. Later, occultists like Bobby Hemmett treated it as a real or symbolic truth. And that's where the confusion began. So you would even have Bobby Hemmett sometime, and when he'd be giving the Ashe in the beginning of the joints, he'd be like, I'm gonna call out the gods. I say Zeus, I say Ares, I say Cthulhu. And man, back then I was ignorant. I'm thinking, man, Cthulhu gotta be like some type of primordial deity I don't know about. Maybe I wasn't hip to the reason. Maybe I'm not finding within my studies. I ain't esoteric enough. Whole time that was a creation by this white man right here on the right. Let's go. We got the co-interest music, the Beatles. By the mid-1960s, the Beatles were exploring psychedelics, especially that good LSD, Eastern philosophy, and they was getting into Hinduism and meditation, which is all dancing in the realm of theosophy. On their 1967 album, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart Band, they feature Aleister Crowley. You see him right there on the left. It's zoomed in more on the right. You see him right back there, right next to this guy. You got David Bowie in the mid-1970s. This is another problem with this whole androgynous idea, Mighty Hebrew, because this is what you get. During the Station to Station era, Bowie read extensively on Aleister Crowley, the Kabbalah, which dude was up here talking about, and Gnosticism, which when you using words like emanation and stuff like that's all Gnostic talk. He was involved in ritual-like practice, symbolic occult systems, all while believing in magical influence and psychic protection. On the album Station to Station, the first track references the Kabbalah, the Tree of Life. Ain't that what dude was talking about? The Wssr. And mystical ascension. He took on the thin white Duke persona, which is an aristocratic, cold, semi-mystical figure, basically embodying the occult archetype. Also on his album Hunky Dory, on the song Quicksand, he directly references Aleister Crowley. Mr. Crowley was actually what it was called. You got Afrocentrism and Sun Ra. Can't leave them out. Can't leave them out just because you might like them. George Clinton and P-Funk. Sun Ra blended the black spirituality with the space theme and the esoteric cosmology. He believed that he came from Saturn. His message was that black people are cosmic beings and that space is liberation beyond Earth's oppression. George Clinton and P-Funk had the whole mothership mythology, mixing funk with the sci-fi and cosmic symbolism. Occult in Hollywood. This is Kenneth Anger, Sammy Davis Jr., and Anton LaVey. Anton LaVey in Hollywood terms was the founder of the Church of Satan, 1966 San Fran, and had positioned himself as a media-savvy occult figure during the counterculture era. LaVey cultivated relationships with actors, musicians, and directors, most famously Jane Mansfield. In the horror film Rosemary's Baby, LaVey is said to have been the technical advisor. The film reflected his satanic ritual imagery and secret elite cult theme. It appealed to Hollywood's need for shock value, rebellion branding, and the whole aesthetic for darkness. So whenever you see like the whole pentagrams in the work and all that, you got Anton LaVey to blame for that. That's how that got in there. And it's funny that they rebooted that movie and replaced the white woman with a sister, Zoe Saldana, in a reboot of Rosemary's Baby. Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. was a major black entertainer we all know connected to the elite Hollywood circles. Davis became involved with the Church of Satan in the late 1960s. He was even given a membership card. There you go right there. Anton LaVey, arm on shoulder. That's his boy. And of course, they go Jane Mansfield with him as well. Kenneth Anger, right? He makes the most occult films. Kenneth Anger was a devotee to Aleister Crowley and a practitioner to Lima Magic. Films like Lucifer Rising were not just symbolic, it was intentionally ritualistic cinema. Themes involved the invocation of Lucifer as a force of enlightenment, cosmic transformation, and archetypal gods and energies. Anger believed film itself could function as a magical operation. Anger influenced the visual effects in Hollywood, like the fast cut and the symbolic layerings. Also, he influenced the music video aesthetics like David Bowie and Mick Jagger. So when you have David Bowie out studying Aleister Crowley, he gets up with a guy who also studying Aleister Crowley. He's all, like I say, he's famous for the fast cut. So when you get that jump scare within the movie, oh, make your heart beat fast. He had an agenda with all of that. That was all ritualistic to him. He's to blame. Of course, he did a whole expose on it. Usually these guys turn their back on the teachings and all that stuff. So he did a whole book. His book, Hollywood Babylon, claims to expose dark secrets of Hollywood. So get into that. I'm going to end it right here, right? We're going to drop it off at this androgynous beings, because that was the whole... Mighty Hebrew got up here and talked about India, early hominids, whole lot of nothing. When the whole premise of my problem with him was this whole androgynous beings in the beginning, and him trying to play it like that was some type of original doctrine to the Hebrew. So I want to go into it. So the Greeks have an original doctrine with this. According to Aristophanes, primeval humans were... 2 seconds. Primeval humans were completely different from us today. They were completely round, he says, with 4 arms, 4 legs, 1 head, with 2 identical faces looking in opposite directions, 4 ears, and 2 sets of genitals. Because of their spherical shape, these early humans didn't just walk. They could cartwheel around at high speeds and on all 8 limbs. They were extraordinarily strong, self-sufficient, and ambitious. Their immense power made them arrogant. The primeval humans attempted to scale Mount Olympus to attack the gods. Zeus and the Olympians debated what to do. They didn't want to destroy humanity with lightning bolts, because then there would be no humans left to make sacrifices and worship them. But they couldn't allow such insolence to go unpunished. The quote, it says, "I will slice each of them in 2. They will be diminished in strength and doubled in number, which means more offerings for us, and they will walk upright on 2 legs." Zeus sliced every human in half like an apple being sliced for pickling. He then instructed Apollo to turn their faces around toward the cut side, smooth out their skin, and tie the remaining loose tissue together at the center, creating the quote-unquote belly button as a permanent reminder of their former wholeness. Once severed, humans faced a crisis, each half paying desperately for its missing piece. They threw their arms around one another, refusing to eat or move because they only wanted to fuse back together. Many began dying of starvation and despair. Out of pity, Zeus modified their anatomy, moving their reproductive organs to the front so that when they embraced, they could find temporary physical union, discharge their longing, and return to their everyday life. Aristophanes uses this myth to define what love actually is: the desire and the pursuit of the wholeness. Those split from the original androgynous beings are heterosexual, seeking their opposite to recreate their original male-female pair. Plato writes this as if Hephaestus, the god of the forge, were to offer to melt lovers together with his hammer so that they could become one single being again, both in life and after death. No lover would refuse, because return to that original undivided state is the ultimate goal of human longing. Have a video.
Emanate. Okay. And when you have beings that pro-emanate, you need both the male and female principle. Asexual beings have where it's the male and female principle consolidated or capsulated within the androgynous being. Originally, we were that which was androgynous beings. Now, if we go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 21, it says in Allah, it says in Yah.
So we have it. In the beginning, us as humans, not as Luca, not as some sales, us as humans were androgynous from his own statement. So let's go to his side. Let's go into Adam Cadman. Let's go into the Kabbalah. During the Renaissance and early modern era, European, not African, not Indian, not Canadian even, European Christians, Kabbalists, Hermeticists, and Rosicrucianists deliberately synthesized the Jewish Kabbalah with the alchemy. To them, the alchemical rebus was nothing less than a visual diagram of Kabbalistic cosmology, human solar structure, and the divine respiration, the double face, which they called it within, I think it was Latin, the Du Parts Zufen, based on the Midrashic commentary on Genesis. Male and female, he created them. Early Kabbalists, and that when you say he was up here kicking the Kabbalah, early Kabbalists maintained that the original Adam was created as a single dual-gendered being with two faces attached, back to back, just like the Greeks said. Back to back, face head to head. Look crazy, right? Says just like the Greeks, God then split them, this singular entity, into two distinct beings, Adam and Eve, male, female, so they could turn, face each other, and freely choose union. The alchemical rebus, with its two heads on a single body, is direct visual translation of this two-faced individual, or this two-faced double gender state. That he says the return of that he says that being that in the beginning, that's how God wanted it. That's a direct visual translation. It represents the restoration of humanity back to its original divine unfractured form before the split. That's what he's promoting. Right here within the occult, there's something called the rebus, where you see, and it's funny because you see the Masonic signs, you see the square and compass in hand, and it's funny that you got it right there, and that's the magnum opus. They say is to return back into that state. This is the problem. So Mighty Hebrew is saying that this is how God made us. Here you go, the androgynous male, androgynous female. You telling me this is God's original creation? You can't tell me that. And with that, fam, I must conclude.
Fire presentation, Ashe. Fire presentation, bro.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You know, of course, we taking any comments, man. Any comments? Come on up. Kick it to me. Let me know what you think, man.
Well, if she asks, I kick it off. As y'all see my background, we exposing the Wssr, which is earlier in my presentation, right? This is another one of those spiritual religious systems that come from the Theosophical Foundation. And within this tradition, you see exactly what Brother Ashe is talking about, right? You see them galvanizing deities together. You see Ray, the Greek version of Jesus, Isus. You see Brahma. You see Abraham. You see Moses. You see all of them in a text. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And it just as what Brother Ashe said, it comes from these people in their upbringing and the kickstart of this 19th century spiritualistic movement, as Brother Ashe was talking about that kickstart with Madame Blavatsky. You see what I'm saying? And this is a dangerous thing. And one of the main reasons I say this is a dangerous thing is because one is distorting the information that we all seek to bring forth and accurate information. That's number one. Number two, it's a dangerous thing because over the days, people are leaving religion and they're looking for something to cling to. And there are these movements out here, such as the Theosophical Foundation, such as the Law of One Foundation, such as the Wssr, all of these things, right? The Kabbalah, all of these new informations, and people are trying to present them as if they're so different. And in reality, and if you're not adept enough or aware enough, right, you won't catch that in reality, all of these systems are the same thing with the same root and they go back to the same people. Yes. And so with that, I just want to say, Brother Ashe. I appreciate your presentation, and we most definitely need to hear information like this. Thank you, Brother Ashe.
I appreciate that. Absolutely, man. What you thought, man? What you thought when you seen the whole thing, man? Cause you've been here since the beginning, Suntan, when I initially had brought the information out. You on mute. You on mute, Suntan.
I gotta say this, man. I always give you guys, you young fellas, you humble and my man God Energy and Issa Queen. I give y'all flowers because whether you know it or not, just for conscious people, you bringing some stuff to the light that's very, very is advantageous to the people health and to their mental thinking, man. Let me tell you a quick story, real quick. I ain't gonna even give you a diatribe. I got a family member, Ashe, he got inducted into the Hebrew Israelites from YouTube 6 years ago. And I was talking to him about him. He got inducted right when I found out about Kemet. So I found out I'm 66. I found out about Kemet when I was like 57. Make a long story short, he wouldn't believe nothing. And guess what, man? And this is the nicest dude Ashe ever. So y'all keep doing what y'all doing. He married my niece. I knew him since he was about 7 years old. Dude, do you know, because of that Hebrew Israelite stuff, she divorced him? And the way I found out today was I went over there, I do heating and cooling and plumbing. And I went over there to repair her furnace and stuff like that. And I was like, so you know what, why? And she was, Ricky, man, I got a divorce. I was, what? I couldn't take it. So that Hebrew Israelite stuff, he got it off the computer. Now it's just took over his life and all of that. So what I'm saying is what you're doing is good. What y'all doing is good because, fellas, it's really detrimental to our people, this religion stuff, man. I'm telling y'all, and I'm just letting y'all know. So keep trying to spread it with all this fake Malum Lebowski. And man, come on, man. And then the splitting. Hey, dude, look, people. And then here's my stance, though. You can be religious. I don't care. I mean, I don't have no say in what you believe, but what I do have say in is what you spreading to other people. They say I'm wrong, but I say keep your personal savior to yourself and live on your own personal spirituality, man. And it's cool to talk to somebody who want to talk to you about it, but don't be pushing like it's real. And like, you know what I'm saying? And then making a heaven, you making a hell within earth, the reality. You're making all these things that's symbolic and you're making them in reality. And until we as Black people understand that, y'all, we gonna keep going down and down with this religious stuff. So, like I said, because I'm spiritual, man. I got a spiritual thought. I pray, but I don't be. Y'all don't hear me on here. Oh man, I got the scripture to prove that. Nah, none of that, man. Right?
No, that's a fact. And to piggyback off you really fast, brother Santan, what you said is really important because just like you said, it doesn't matter if your belief. If your belief, everybody got the right to their own beliefs.
That's right.
But if you can't take the heat, to stay out of the kitchen. You see what I'm saying? If you don't argue your belief, then don't come to intellectual arenas and then telling people, "Oh, I could prove my God exists. I could prove this." Because as intellects, we're gonna say, "Well, prove it."
Yes, that's right. You're gonna cause a fight, right? So I appreciate y'all, though. See, look what y'all doing, though. A lot of this stuff that they bring out, and Ashe ain't no shame in this game. He'll step up to any theologian and tell him like it is if he sees something wrong. I appreciate that about him. And the nigga don't be smiling. He be serious, but he'll crack a smile if one warranted. So, and they can't do nothing but appreciate what he's saying because he's not backing down. You too humble. And God Energy just a little bit more smoother. That's why I didn't understand our brother trying to get at our God. God Energy don't say nothing to nobody. He just speak his little facts and keep it going. History, right? Y'all don't be making shit up. So That's all I gotta say, man. And I'm just giving y'all what y'all to just do because, like I say, keep building and hey, man, because I don't know. I think them white people when they did a lot. They took our money, the resources, they took civilization, and they own it right now. And it was the main thing they did was set religion on top of our head.
There you go.
Because we got that every Sunday and 7 days a week, man, where we would fight each other by religion.
And that's why I tried to make sure I didn't make this build super religious. I really wanted guys to really see the impact more of the doctrine that's coming out itself. So I want to God energy you in the building.
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on real quick.
All right, we get Jose in first. Let's get the brother Jose in the building.
So let me ask you a question.
Anything.
Out of all those organizations that you mentioned, they blaming Kemet for repeating this, and you didn't mention Kemet one time. So I want to point that out, that he did a fair build and he did not mention Kemet one time. So for all of you who think that Madame Blavatsky influenced Kemetic spirituality, I'm sure Ashe would agree with me that that is not true. If I'm wrong, correct me, because you didn't mention them one time.
No. I don't believe that. And I know why you reference it now, because a lot of them try to mention they try to say Jabari kicking a theosophical style teaching, and that couldn't be more far from the truth.
Well, yeah, Inky was the one that tried to come with that style to say we was teaching that.
He created that. He created that narrative. Exactly. Yeah. So apart from, because I'm seeing a lot of guys, they're like, man, Bomb Squad, man, y'all too brilliant to even be responding to Mighty Hebrew, man. This wasn't just for him. It was just so happened his presentation was right on time. You know, you got to echo Jose, but his presentation was right on time. So I'm like, oh man, this is crazy. Like, you kicking it like this, and I got this in the bag already. I can't wait, because it's more to put the people up on game on what is theosophy, what is not. What does these teachings look like? Because a lot of us, that we hear it and we think it belongs to us for real. You will hear it like on one of these other pages or one of these other panels, and they're getting thousands of views, getting a nice bag. And all they doing is regurgitating that white woman doctrine. And I ain't saying nothing wrong with it, right? But I'm just putting the origin on it. I'm letting you know what it is.
I'm saying something wrong with it. You not, but I am, because our thinking is Eurocentric as a whole. That's what I'm saying. So I appreciate Jose and Kim Netta and you guys. See, you guys are not Eurocentric. You know, you're more Afrocentric than Eurocentric. And I like to even give flowers to Kim Netta, because Kim Netta, your method, your methodology, it supersedes those other guys that's under you, like King J and all them. Because we ain't taking nothing away from King J. He a reader, he know what he know, but it's a methodology to what you do, a methodology to where you do it. And like I said, so it goes with chronology and everything. Kim Netta do his thing within the box and don't be trying to be too smart. So
yeah, I think
I'll just leave it like that.
I think Sinjay was real nice to King J the way he responded to him, but he definitely corrected him and let him know that if he was grading his paper and he seen him translated like that he wouldn't say it was wrong.
Right.
That's where he was being nice, but he also let him know that he wouldn't translate like that, and that's a better way to do it. Which he told him to go and get the Waterbrook Dishraka and a few other things that I had told King J about like a week prior to him getting corrected, where he told me I was tripping and this is how you translate it. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's all right though, you know.
Right.
Hey,
now,
hey.
I'm back.
I gotta keep the order. You know what I mean? So let me say this real quick, and I'm gonna give it right to you, God Energy, because this was the part that I meant to have within my presentation. I didn't get to say. And another big issue that I really had with the Mighty Hebrew and the way that he was kicking it, and I don't think the sisters peeped it. I don't think the brothers even peeped it. Was that these brothers, they go on so far to disclude the woman out the joint. Instead of saying, God had a wife. God had a consort. They going as far as now saying that God is an androgynous. And his first creation was an androgynous. That's just, it's deep to me. To me, it's like going through any loop and hurdle that you possibly could to take the woman out of a state of divinity. basically saying that the woman only comes after the split up divinity.
Yeah, that's the same thing the old dude was doing that was calling himself the comforter. He was doing that. He had the same argument that it was androgynous and all that.
And what was he had going on?
Yeah, you know what he had going on. I wasn't trying to get into that. But yeah.
You know, man, myself personally, I think people ought to, like I said, if you know got something intelligent to say, if you got something to say about your spirituality, discuss it with somebody who want to hear about it. Don't come into no arena pushing ideas and saying that you can prove it, because your proof comes from a Eurocentric scholarship. That's where it comes from, because we can't look back and come out of you, Jose, God Energy. I want you researchers to look back into our history. Only people we got is Dr. Ben. We had Sheikh Anta Diop, Dr. Bingo. We got people like that. But we don't got them statues of black men, philosopher and philosophy when the Greeks came in. So we using their state of thought in our everyday life. Search the scripture. You can't source up. The next source up with an old white curly haired dude, man. The same oppressor that got us into this bondage that we in now. That's the source.
All right.
So that's why I'm done with all of that source up stuff and all of that. I'm just gonna listen and learn, man. You know what to be aware of. So I
appreciate that, son. Let's get God energy. Let's get God energy. Let's get the order going.
Yeah, peace, y'all. Thank you for the compliments and everything like that. You know, we're gonna just put in this work and do what we do. But I wanted to talk about the India thing with trying to validate that this comes straight from India. And I think what you've been showing is that this connection to India is coming via Madame Blavatsky, right? So I think that puts into context too the time period, because the Eastern influence that was happening during the Iron Age and things like that came via Persia, actually, and not exactly India. When you look at the relationship that the East had with the Levant, it was the Persians, you know, that colonized that area and had the influence. When you look at the population in Elephantine, actually, there's a bunch of Persian influence on the Elephantine population, right? They had a fire burner. They had a Zoroastrian fire burner in their temple, right? So at the Elephantine Jews, in their temple that they had, there was a Zoroastrian fire burner showing that Persian syncretism that they were doing. At that time, you know what I'm saying? The what is it called? The Passover papyrus. That's been shown to be talking about a type of bread, that unleavened bread, that comes via Persia. You know what I'm saying? And then we all know that Cyrus the Great was called the Messiah in the Old Testament, right?
Right.
So when you look, all this Eastern philosophy and these Eastern practices and syncretism is really coming via Persia. Right. And Persia plays the role that the brother was trying to say that India played. So I just wanted to clear that up a little bit. You know what I mean? Even the concept of like a devil and a great adversary, right? They associate that with Persia as well. So I don't want to have his philosophy overshadow the historical reality. You know what I mean? And the Elephantine Jewish population, I think, is a good population to look at to analyze the relationship that Persia had with the Levant and North Africa.
Mm-hmm. Appreciate that.
Can I just piggyback off of God Energy really fast? God Energy says something really interesting. I just want to share my screen really fast if I can.
I got you. Then I got DJ Genesis.
All right, and I just want to show something really fast. It's really interesting, right? And this is why I say y'all have to be careful. Y'all have to be careful with these new spiritual systems coming out, right? The religious people more so. And I'm about to show y'all why, right? Real fast, right? So y'all see right here, it says Abraham. Let's see what it say with Abraham.
Well, we can't see nothing yet.
was
Okay,
called
there we go.
Abraham,
There we go.
right? And anyone large and red like copper, right? But let's get down here. What does it say? He was a Persian and the founder of the ancient Hebrews or the Israelites. These people are taking y'all culture.
Wow.
They taking y'all patriarchs. Look, hold on. One more thing. Watch this. Watch this.
Would you look at that? Would you look at
Moses
that?
in here. We even got Moses in here. So this is why I'm gonna stop sharing, but this is why it's really important that we keep bringing out this information. So for us.
Wait, what was that? I ain't see what he just
I was
showed.
gonna say for us, but also we putting the religious people on game. I land my plane with that. Thank you, brother Wssr.
Hey, y'all just came together like Voltron on that one. Y'all wild for that. Let's go, DJ Genesis. What's up, sister? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going? So I wanted to, I kind of came at toward the end of what you were going with. Did you also discuss that Madame Blavatsky was a plagiarist and that her whole, all of her books were actually plagiarized line by line, even the errors and everything from 19th century like books and different like other like books. And the guy that actually pointed out the plagiarism was William Emmett Coleman. And it was from the Summerland in April 18th, 1891, where he basically debunked everything, all of her saying that she was the source of the information that her books were actually 100% plagiarized.
But what can you I mean, yeah, I definitely heard that. Like, nobody thinks that like she's like an authentic, like what she says is true or nothing crazy like that. But
I can show you.
But when you say plagiarize, you would have to name the doctrine that is kind of plagiarized from. So,
her Isis Unveiled. William Emmett Coleman, he did a whole analysis in 1895. So scholars and contemporary critics prove Madame Blavatsky plagiarism by meticulously cross-references her text against 19th century library books, uncovering thousands of identical passages and exposing her fraudulent spirit letters. And then he also, William Emmett Coleman, he did an analysis in 1895, and the most damning evidence came from him, where he said that he conducted a line-by-line textual analysis of her books. Isis Unveiled, largely plagiarized from over 100 books without credit. And then he demonstrated that Blavatsky did not read the ancient primary sources. She quoted instead. She copied secondary quotes, errors and all, directly from modern 19th century books. The evidence, he identified over 2,000 plagiarized passages drawn from a narrow selection of contemporary authors such as Samuel Fales Dunlap. Then there was like the Kitty Case blunder in 1883. Blavatsky was caught in a massive intellectual property scandal involving the Mahatma letters, notes her followers believed were telepathically dictated by spiritual masters. Published Mahatma letter contained a Mahatma letter contained an entire page of text identical to a speech given by an American school superintendent named Harry Kittle. So the cover-up was when Kittle publicly pointed out the theft. Blavatsky's master claimed that he had accidentally intercepted Kittle's speech through astral currents while reading the universe's chronicle, failing to realize it belonged to someone else. So there's like this whole thing where
we know she knows, sis. We know she's we know she's a fraud.
A plagiarizer, right?
We know she's a fraud.
More than that, man.
So that makes you 10 times worse for repeating it. Right. Not you personally.
But I don't think that he. Well, I'm not sure if he was quoting Madame Blavatsky.
And that's the problem, because those works are not. They didn't get famous for their works, unfortunately, and that's not my fault or your fault, her fault. But now they lie as the root to a lot of the things that she came. But you will have to then. It would be more of a breakdown. So, of course, her talking points would not be exclusive to her. She even gave a wild excuse, like she got her information from secret adepts. Like, if you believe that, then you can believe
like,
I talked to
from
Jesus
the Akashic records or something like
that. Like that's crazy in itself. Like, so
Right.
we know she getting it. And we know for sure she
Hell
pulling this
no.
from somewhere else.
And she plagiarized the entire time.
Right,
So
right.
I
So
just wanted to
she's
like
going
make that
around
to
and
make
she
sure that
collected
we
a lot
actually
of.
get
Yes,
explained that this was
absolutely.
that her books were not like she was not some profound, or all she did was she pretty much like copyrighted.
But she did have her own critiques on certain things. And this ain't no defense into her, but it's just the fact. But she had a whole school, and they had a whole doctrine that they had going
that
on.
she plagiarized and stole her whole thing from.
Hey, but y'all leaving out the one thing. Let me interrupt y'all real quick. Let me say this real quick. One thing that we leaving out, y'all, that she's a European, and I'm not just being funny, man, and I'm not just. They stole all the resources in the world, so she had all the resources to work with all of that mumbo jumbo she was feeding. So she could back it up by putting books out all over the world, all everywhere. So, and you got gullible people in the world. See, we leave that out through all of our scholarship, man. You got to understand how it's being pushed. If it's being pushed like propaganda, and you got to have money to be able to push the propaganda on a large scale. So let's just keep that in mind, man.
Right, and and you do have these certain things that are theosophical creations. So there are some things, especially like everything I mentioned was pure theosophy. You know what I mean? And theosophy itself didn't start with Madame Blavatsky.
Right.
Like don't think that.
But I think it started European though.
Yeah, of course. But she's the one.
No, it did not.
So wait, we're not doing it like that. We can't do it like that. We can't do it like that. We gotta do it all in order because I'm still gotta go around. I got Issa Queen, I got GD Capone. I don't think Union spoke either.
I like that.
So yeah, it didn't start with her, but she's the one who popularized it. So usually, even if he got it secondhand or from Dr. York or from anything like that, then it would have been most likely sourced from H.P. Blavatsky. That's just the evidence that I'm bringing out. Can disagree with it. That's cool. We go get all the way back around. Let's go to I think GD Capone here was first. Go ahead, GD.
Yeah, I left and came back, so you can go to somebody else.
Who next?
But can I also say that he never quoted any Madame Blavatsky books, though? Like, I only see other books he was bringing up, and who's to say that these authors didn't exist? I think even people were trying to say that Hitler learned from Blavatsky, and Hitler came. I think he was dead when Blavatsky wasn't. Was
DJ,
around.
who cares? It's Eurocentric.
No, wait. We ain't doing it like that. Yeah, I mean respectfully, we got to keep it going. So let's go to Gideon.
Hello, what's going on? All praise to the Most High, in the name of Yeshua. Shalom, everybody on the panel. I listened to the presentation that the Mighty Hebrew had, and some things I agree with what he said. A lot of and some things I don't. But where I do agree is that the cult, and I'm just speaking in terms of how academia speak. The cult of Yahweh was something that was in operation since it was actually the first religion that we see. So a lot of those points that he was speaking on, I agree with.
If the house was clean and
stop. Just
hold on. I got you, Gideon. Hold on, give me 2 seconds. No, he got it. Go ahead, Gideon.
Yeah. And as far as the aspect of where we see in the Torah of when man was created, it was male and female. So however a person wants to postulate how they think that was performed, that's all conjecture. So his take on it, is something that can be, like you can't say yay or nay, unless it's going into something that's in strict contradiction with Torah. So like I say, a lot, a lot of the things, the brother was speaking on, like I say, I agree with, but I'll end with this and I'll ask y'all this because this is what I don't understand from the opposing argument is that they say why, what's wrong with Yahweh having, or rather, what's wrong with El having an Asherah or, a guy having a consort? Just the concept and dynamic of that union is making the female in submission. You see what I'm saying? And it's not giving her due right as uh, a creator of all things. Whereas in Torah, we see, the Godhead is represented by wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And wisdom is Yahweh. So Yahweh does not need a wife because all things come from Yahweh. So the male and the female principle is Yahweh. So I don't get why y'all need for y'all God, y'all supreme God, to have a wife. And then I'll end with that.
All right, it's a queen. Sister Issa Queen, you there? Going once? Go ahead, Capone, man. Start with the pseudo.
I'm sorry, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry. So, I just wanted to say, great presentation as always. I loved how you know, framed it. I loved how brought up a lot of the history that gets lost amongst us because, we're not learning this type of history. We're learning religion. We're not learning where the religion comes from, where it's synchronized from, all of these other things that's very important. We're not getting that. So I think that that was a great presentation on that aspect. Um, as far as what I just heard, which was crazy to me, but um, for the most part, when it comes down to like the male and female, and when it comes to humans, like though the sexes and gender was already figured out in the ocean with the fish and the amphibians and all of that stuff. Like, I don't know why, as human beings, we're acting as if, like, when we became who we are, it wasn't already a separation between the two. You're not going to find like this androgynous being the first human and then splitting into two. Like that's not what we're going to find historically or evolutionarily, right? And this is why evolution is important. And this is why I talk about it so much. So y'all can be informed so people won't confuse you into thinking that, male and female somehow got figured out 300,000 years ago with all of these animals on the planet. Like, come on, guys. Like, think about it. There was literally dinosaurs out here. You think all of the dinosaurs was androgynous? All of the lizards was androgynous? That would make no sense. So I just hope that, moving forward, like especially watch this presentation again. And then really cross-reference what you know against what you don't know. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, sis. Hold
Yeah,
on, wait.
can I chime in?
Of course. Then we got
Yeah, can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, you good.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. When you talk about the influence on Hitler, Madame Blavatsky and her theosophy and the teachings definitely influenced the occult, research that the Nazis were doing because the Nazis were heavy into the occult. You know what I mean? You got to remember that. And the occult predecessors for the Nazi regime was the Thule Society and the Vril Society. And the Thule and the Vril Society definitely drew on Madame Blavatsky's occult works because the Vril and the Thule Society were, intellectual occult organizations. So it is through the Vril Society that Madame Blavatsky's esoteric teachings make it into the Nazi Party.
Yeah, that's a fact. And it's funny because they put that in like a lot of their movies and stuff. You would see that they had that occult type like style with it. You can definitely see that. Who we got next on the queue? Capone. Capone. Didn't I hear you say that the Hebrews was from India before?
Nah, you didn't hear me say that.
Okay.
Shalom, peace to the panel. Um, I don't disagree with anything that you presented. Um, the occultic, what's her name, Velosky and Aleister Crowley and I think her husband, I forgot his name. Yeah, they was missing. They was taking a lot of stuff from ancient texts in ancient cultures and mixing it into their own, or what they call religion or theosophy. What the brother was presenting the other day, because I think that's what that's why you did the presentation. I don't agree with any of that. That all comes out of the Talmud, and it's actually taught in the Enlightenment era as well, with John Locke, Francis Bacon. They was talking about the what's his name, Adam or something like that. This spiritual androgynous being. In the Talmud, in the Zohar, they talk about the 10 Sephirah, each having a dual gender, dual nature to it. Also, what else? Yeah, so but that ain't where it starts at. It don't start there. It didn't start with Hinduism or none of that. This started with Inanna. Inanna was the goddess that said that they created them neither male nor female, and that's why her clergy was they was called gladiators in I forgot
Yeah,
what was
she
the
did
other
had
one.
like the trend. She had like the trends code. I know what you're talking about.
Right. So Inanna would be the one, would be the god of the transsexual beings, or genders or whatever. So I think that's what the sister the sister that's Velasquez, I think that's where she got all that stuff from, and she mixed it in with the Hinduism and even brought some of the Egyptian sacred teachings into it as well, to show this one view of the all the spiritual cultures. So that's why I think the brother went wrong at. But for anything that he said about the scriptures, though, I do agree with. But far as he did mention theosophy and Velasquez, so I disagree with that. I'll land with that.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, brother. Who are we got up here? Who we got, man? Gideon, did you go? No, Gideon did go. Go ahead, Cosmic.
All right. Peace to the panel.
Peace,
Great
brother.
presentation, brother
Thank
Ashe. Deep research, man. That was cool. But I do have to say I do lean more towards occult understanding in reference to the way that I approach life, however, as well. The one thing that I would like to ask though is like, where do you place masonry and Rosicrucianism inside that line of occultism? Because masonry and Rosicrucianism heavily influenced the modern day scientific movement, as a matter of fact, as well. And then it was really interesting listening to you discuss the ancient philosophers' understanding on the creation of the male and female species, or the male and female genders, so to speak. And then it brought me it made me think about the Gospel of Thomas, and how the Gospel of Thomas was referencing Genesis 1, or the Genesis chapter that said male, female, he created he, them. And then in the Gospel of Thomas, where it tells you to make the male and female one again. And so that seems to, I was looking at that, and it seems to be that esoteric teaching from the Greeks, what their esoteric mystical teaching made its way into the biblical teachings, or the Gnostic teachings, and then is making its way into the modern day world. And then I'm trying to remember, I don't see any Kemetic teachings teaching any hermaphrodite, type of teachings. As far as I understand, they always had the male female emerging at the same time. So I was looking at that. Yeah. In the
Absolutely.
African understanding, it's always a male female emergence.
Right. And they tried so I want to answer your question first. I think you hit it right on the nose. And I even heard the brother, he was using a little bit of the Gnostic lingo with the emanation and stuff like that. Like a lot of that's heavy Gnostic talk. They emanated, rather than the creation, it's an emanation. When you explain the Gnosticism, that's how you get to talking. So I think that it's definitely that blend. It's definitely that Greek. It's that Greek sauce. And I want everybody to know that it had that Mediterranean sauce on it. You know what I mean? Let's look at, that's why I put that at the ending. So people will be left with that as well. So I think that when we're dealing with that, that's where that's all coming from. It's more Greek, Neoplatonism, right? So you're dealing with Plato. So you're always going to go right back into that spear. Well, I don't really see that. The closest thing that I probably have ever seen, probably to like an androgynous within like Kemetic thought would be like the thought of Bess, maybe, right? I've heard like some talks like maybe say Bess could be androgynous, but I always thought Bess was male. It has a phallus.
When you trace, for me, when I trace the tree of life and the emanationist thought pattern back to ancient Egypt. Like I think all of the original Valentinian Basilides, all of their systems, they studied in Egypt and brought it over into Christianity. And then that influenced the modern, to me, from my research, that influenced the modern day Kabbalistic tradition. But I was saying the Kemetic understanding on reference to humans. Kemet definitely had hermaphrodite gods, that's for sure. Atum, Atum masturbating with his hand, that's, and the hand being, in some traditions, the female version, a female aspect of Atum, they did that in reference to creation. They tried to represent that in creation. But as far as humans are concerned, I don't see that.
Can I chime in?
Yeah, you can chime in. Then we got who came in here first? I don't know who came in here first between Rakufu and Nepal. Kufu.
Nepal can go anyway. I'll go after.
So after God energy, we go.
No, it's okay. Rakufu can go before me. I'm really just listening. I mean,
yeah, I was listening.
I'll go after him.
Okay. You wanted me, but I did have but somebody was going right now, right?
Yeah. God energy's getting in real quick.
Okay, got it.
But yeah, just to answer Cosmic's question, the original question, Madame Blavatsky and them was definitely influenced by Masonry because Masonry predates Madame Blavatsky. You know what I'm saying? So in the same way that Madame Blavatsky would influence later occultists like the Vril Society and the Thule Society of the Nazis, Freemasonry definitely influenced Madame Blavatsky, and she took certain rituals and symbols from Masonry and adopted it in her Theosophy Society. So, Brother Cosmic, Masonry is foundational to Theosophy and the Theosophical movement.
Okay.
Back.
So I was going to ask Brother Ashe. I didn't get a chance to see all of the show, right? But I did want to ask you because I know you're dealing with Madame Blavatsky. And out here in Los Angeles, founded in 1934, is a place called PRS, or Philosophical Research Society, with Manly P. Hall. And he admired Blavatsky so much when I went up into it's up in the hills of Hollywood, but when you go into the little center, it looked like a school. And when you go in there, he got all these books on Egypt and everything. He got a library. His people from Eritrea run the place, but he was a white dude, right? Old white man named Manly P. Hall. I wonder if y'all ever heard of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is tripping me out.
Yes, we've heard of him.
Okay, right. So he got a big bus a bronze bust inside where you sit down and read the books of Blavatsky, but I know he was infatuated with it. I was going to ask, what is your thoughts on what was he about?
Manly P. Hall?
Yes, sir.
I never really studied Manly P. Hall. That's the name that you hear within the code work a lot, though. Manly P. Hall, Manly P. Hall.
Yeah, he was a 33rd degree Mason.
Okay.
And he tied a lot of Masonic ritual back to Greek myth as well.
I wanted to just ask a question to God Wisdom. Was he the one that was talking about?
Before we move on, we need to make it established that he's not just anybody. He's a big part of the foundation of mysticism, and his writing. Yeah, he's like one of the prophets. So I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
he should. You think he should have made the list? Did you watch presentation, sis?
I can imagine that he would have probably been on the top of your list had you come across him. Yeah.
So, Brother Ashe, was your goal 19th and 20th century mystics, occultists?
No.
It was just theosophy.
It was theosophy. It was theosophy and its influence, right?
So, and he's talking about Blavatsky, the Theosophical Society, Annie Besant, Manly P. Hall, all those different teachers that are in that vein of what he's saying is European. What do you call it? European
mysticism, occultism, secrecy.
No, I mean, what do you call it, Ashe?
It's just the occult web. It's called From Blavatsky to the 20th Century Counterculture. So actually, yeah.
Well, Manly P. Hall he's 20th century.
Yeah,
so.
he should have cracked the list, but he didn't crack the list because I don't know why he didn't crack the list. Actually,
he's Masonic. He's Masonic more than
he didn't crack the list.
But I had a question for God Wisdom, Wisdom.
God energy.
God energy. I was trying to you said that
all this time and you don't know my name. All this time and you don't know my name. God energy. I didn't get 20 presentations and all of that.
My bad. But listen, my question is that you mentioned that it seemed like what Mighty Hebrew was talking was mainly Gnosticism, but he was actually talking Kabbalah.
No, I didn't say that. That wasn't me. That was Ashe.
Oh,
where he said he used Gnostic language. I don't think he said that he's talking mostly Gnosticism, but he did point out that the Mighty Hebrew was using Gnostic language at some points.
Yes.
Right. And so Kabbalic language and Gnosticism, like Kabbalah and Gnosticism are pretty close to each other. So I think that what's happening is that people are like thinking, oh, it's Gnosticism, but it's really Kabbalah. And that was actually where he was really getting into, because we were supposed to do a show about the Kabbalah initially. So then he brought in the Merkabah and then brought it to that other thing. So I
don't really hear Emanation talking Kabbalah.
No, but Ashe, excuse me. All of it he teaches, he has Gnosticism. He includes Gnosticism. He includes Kabbalah, the European Kabbalah. He uses an amalgamation of a lot of stuff that's esoteric. So he definitely has a different type style. But there's definitely a Gnostic vibe in there as well. So he does all of that.
How about
I think you would say that Kabbalah come from India. Kabbalah, Kabbalah come from India.
He wasn't just teaching Kabbalah though, but he was talking about the Merkabah life. Yeah. He really didn't get into the full basics of Kabbalah, but we could bring him on again. It's just that I know his teachings aren't strictly only Kabbalistic. He has it's a mixture. Yeah, it's a mixture of everything.
Doesn't he add
1 second? Wait, we can't do it like that. We can't do it like that. Because we got more people to get in.
Okay.
We still got Elk. He's here. He hasn't spoke yet.
Real quick though, I want to throw this out. I'm not going to take long. There definitely is an androgynous aspect to Kemet. We've got Noon. We've got Heka that began in Noon. That was androgynous. I want to put that on the table. Someone saying
the divine androgyny.
Well, yeah, divinely androgynous.
He was looking for the for the human androgyny.
Yeah, I was speaking on the human level. The cosmic.
Right.
Yeah, they definitely had cosmic androgyny going on. I mean that you don't study Kemet if you don't recognize that. But
right.
I was saying I'm not aware of human androgyny.
Wasn't
That I'm not
Akhenaten
aware of that.
and a half one? No, I'm just messing with you.
But
Okay, I hear
the
what you're
brother's
saying. You're
point,
saying
to the
actual
brother's
people.
Right.
I can't let y'all do it like that.
But
So I'm
there's-
gonna let up. I know, Paul. If you done, I'm gonna pass the mic on to the brother Elk, and I'm gonna pass the mic on to brother King.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm glad he cleared that up. Thank you, Cosmic.
Okay, appreciate that. Come, let's go, brother Elk. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I really didn't even check the prep. I'm on the back end of the conversation, realistically, but you know, I'm just trying to see where I could chime in there. Y'all can go ahead, rock out.
Ain't no doubt, no doubt.
I have one more question when it comes to the androgynous aspect, because if there's hermaphrodites that exist today, I'm sure they existed then. So why wouldn't there have a explanation for that in Kemet, in other cultures, if this is a thing that actually exists in real life? And also, when we talk about birth, the first 7 months of the 7 weeks of gestation, there is no sexual organ. So that child has neither male nor female, like actual truly developed thing. So that would be they. I mean, what is that?
So once again, when it comes to the Kemetic conception of how humans were created on the planet, I am not aware. That statement there means that I am still open to discovering a document, a doctrine of some sort that's ancient in Egypt that says that. But as it stands at the moment, I am not aware of a document that says that the creation of humans started out with them being androgynous beings.
Like, I would say this is that if they didn't have like a DNA and different like tests that we have now that would know that a male, that how right now you could take a P test and know that your child is a male or a female early on. If you were to open up a womb at the 7 weeks, you would find a fetus that has nor male nor female genitalia. And so therefore I would believe, and I know that the Egyptians did open up cadavers, open up humans. They did operation, and they did research. They did all types of things. I would think that they would have like something similar to an understanding of that. I just don't believe that they wouldn't, and I think that would probably be where they would get that information or that thing from.
Well, sister, I mean, the one thing I know about ancient Egypt is they still have documents that are in the bottom of museums. They still have documents that people have. And so maybe you might discover a document that, dates from one of the dynastic periods where somebody actually was discussing that. But as it stands now, I am not aware of any document that says that. Now you can conjecture that, may have been, but, I'm not aware of it existing.
I like that answer. Let's move on to King J.
Mhm. Peace to the panel.
Peace.
And just because it's the last thing that's been spoke upon, I would just say best would be probably the best depiction of a androgynous force,
No,
right?
we spoke to that. I don't want you to get caught. I don't want you to spend your time on that, because we spoke to that. Like we
Oh, you did already? Okay.
recognize the androgynous divine. I even brought up best first,
Mhm.
because we had that
Go ahead,
conversation
bud.
a lot
Okay,
regarding.
and what did we think? Because it keep popping up in my head about the Kundalini Ajar. I know we speak about that a lot, and we don't. Sometimes we don't know if it's Yahweh or if it's Asherah, but one of the depictions seems to be of a androgynous type. Maybe we could speak about that as far as what do we think about that.
So you even going as far as to say that if that is Yahweh, it's a chance. But
It's
wait,
not.
there's a
It's
problem
not.
with that. There's a problem. Even if that was Yahweh, Wssr in the cut.
Mhm.
It's not.
So do we? So have we
Neither
identified? Hold on, Gabon. Have we identified who is who in that?
No, we have not.
Okay, and that's
neither.
the thing. Maybe we could. Maybe we should. Maybe that's something we could do. Go over who we think is who and what and why we. And so if it's Asherah, then we could see it in depiction of it. Maybe a fertility cult and how they projected these early feminine cults. Because it may go from Bess, it may go to Asherah, or I don't know. What do you think about Asherah being depicted in androgynous manner?
Mm.
That
It's
would
full feminine.
It's both.
If that was to happen, then that would theoretically speaking, that would damn near be like a precursor to like Minerva and them. You know, those Greek warrior women who they had like they were kind of androgynous, but they encompass that masculine just as much as they had that feminine
power.
Talking to that parthenogenic talk and that, you know. So if that was that, theoretically speaking, I would see that as being a precursor to that.
So does it seem? I was gonna say, does it seem to be part of our early cultures? So something that they believed or depicted in the culture, iconography, and artwork.
Within Kutana Ardru?
Yeah,
Period. Even go ahead.
Okay, so I was seeing where Ashra.
No. I want the brother. No, like, we ain't gonna do the brother like that, you know, because he actually.
No, I'm talking to him about it. I'm not doing him. I'm about to. I was going to.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Ashra generally no. It said Yahweh though possibly gender transcended in some interpretations, but not originally portrayed as an androgynous deity. Ashra in main ancient sources, Ashra Athiriat, Athirat, is explicitly female. And
yes.
Go ahead.
And so is Minerva. Minerva is also explicit. Minerva, Athena, they've never been androgynous.
But ain't they parthenogenic? Minerva?
That wouldn't say that they're androgynous though. I believe Minerva was from a virgin birth.
I kind of shied away from the androgynous and said more encompassing male and female dealing with parthenogenics.
But when you're doing even in science, but going away from science and talking about the writings, these myths and these ancient spiritual writings, when there is parthenogenesis, that's not meaning there's male involved. It's all female.
Of course. But when you're dealing with these warrior women, so are you telling me that Minerva didn't encompass male aspects?
See, right there, when I had my conversation with that lady, we have defined socially in our society what male, masculine, and feminine is. Agreed. I pointed out the Dahomey, and this is just not for you, Ashe, I'm answering. For a woman to be a warrior, it said, oh, that's a masculine thing. But so the answer, the short answer to what I was going to make long is no. I'm not going to say they encompass, which of course I'm fringe, but I wouldn't say because she's warrior or Athena's warrior. But yes, people would say that, but that's a conversation we could have deeper. Thank you.
I respect that. I respect that because the general consensus would be yes. If you take a deeper look into it, like how the sister said, because you have warrior women as well, that we can definitely have a decent build centered around that.
Right, and redefine that. We try to take one step at a time to redefine that.
What is feminine? What does these things look like?
Yeah,
conversation. I think we definitely need to have like a roundtable conversation about.
Are there? Do we
men too?
Do we
not
believe
to interrupt, but for men as well, because men aren't allowed to cry. They're not allowed to feel. Everybody does it. I'm guilty of it. We're all guilty of saying, "Oh, you're acting like you're emotional. You're acting like a woman." We really have been. It's been ingrained in us for centuries, for decades, for centuries, for millennia, to say, "Oh, that's masculine. That's feminine." So that's all I want to say. Thank you for letting me get that up.
Question, just to the panel, maybe is real quick. Do we believe in gender roles?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but
I do too.
Wasn't there 3 genders in Egypt: male, female, and sekhet gender?
Sekhet? That's new to me.
Sekhet.
Yeah,
it was called
sekhet gender. Put us on to something new. What you got?
Okay, so it says the sekhet gender inscribed Middle Kingdom pottery shards found near Thebes list 3 distinct human gender categories: Tai, male; Hemet, female; and SHT or sekhet, while older translations loosely label sekhet as eunuch. Modern scholars note a lack of physical castration evidence, viewing it instead as an androgynous or intermediate social biological status.
Share your screen on that so I can drop you a bomb, sister.
Might be some Kundalini shit. Is related?
Language. Let's keep the language clear.
But in regards to the 3 aspect, that may be an answer to that.
And it takes us back to what the basic conversation was about intersex. Get it? Like,
Yeah,
is that an
they were called
intersex?
Intersexuality.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
now we
called,
went back to that one, embodying both androgynous.
But see, they're both coming from even the masculine and the feminine. They're both coming from the source.
I won't
Wait, that
contact
source
talk to
was
that.
fandom.
Yeah, that source was fandom. The source was fandom. I want you to hit the second source.
Okay, so then
They
all
have
right,
the
so
plus one.
Royal
Yeah, we got it.
Iconography, National Institute of
Fandom was the source. Is crazy.
No, go back up. Go back up to the top paragraph.
NIH. Okay.
Okay.
There's three different things. There's like the National Institute of Health.
But it's only one of them.
Look it up. I looked up were there hermaphrodites during ancient Egypt, and it'll break it down.
Well, hold on. But just be clear. Your source is fandom for that. The second source talks about Atum, and then the other one talks about So be careful.
I can
Yeah,
I cannot.
Yeah, that
yeah, and
fandom
those,
one
What
is
is
questionable.
fandom?
and those
What
are
is
and
that?
those are
Like it's like a site where you put like mythological stuff.
yeah.
Like the guy
It's not a
you got video game stuff on there, like PlayStation's on
But it's
there.
like a wiki, right?
no.
Oh.
It's not a credible source at all.
So but it also has references on there too. It has
Yeah, we're familiar with what it is, but it's not. We wouldn't
third gender in ancient
use
Egypt.
it to source.
But that back to talking about intersex people, right? In ancient, let's move away from. I really am glad you did your presentation, Ashe, because I'm glad that we got your voice out on it. I'm gonna look at it, I promise, but I didn't look at all of it. But I'm gonna ask you, Ashe. I'm gonna look at it, Ashe. What about the intersex, meaning that we used to call them androgynous or hermaphrodites, but now they're called intersex? What about those people of ancient times? Like, how were they represented? I know everybody's asking that. How were they represented in from what I know in ancient times, they were seen as gods and stuff like that. But
Now within the Hebrew culture, let's talk about. I'm gonna go there first because this is when I actually first started researching that. They were looked at as like liminal beings, that liminal beings, and they said that same thing like within the Arabic as well, within like Arabic culture as well. These liminal beings were type of beings that demons dwelled in. Demons dwelled in liminal beings. And more specifically, the Shadim.
Oh, that's my name, Shada.
The Shadim dwell within liminal beings. It's funny because that Shadim, the first time the Sirim as well, the Sirim, the Shadim, and the first time that we even see the word devil within the text, it's that word Sirim, which translates back to these goat demons. So they said that they have these ability to dwell within these liminal beings. So a liminal guy like that, they was looked at as it can either go kind of both ways though, because you had the divine look as well, but primarily that was more evil. It was more looked at as something wrong with you.
Okay.
Ashe, are you familiar also with the Yoruba?
Let me say this. That's Hebrew culture. Now, when you go to Indian culture, right? When you got these type of deformities, or if you born that way, now you in God level, right? Cows with 3 legs, that's a god. Cow 2 heads, that's a god. You man born with maybe breast and vagina or something crazy, God in their eyes. But that's the difference within culture to culture. So to actually blend the two is very confusing.
Yeah, but the Shadim weren't evil in ancient writings. They became evil.
Not the Shadim, but the Sirim weren't good.
Yeah, well, because you put them together, right? So you're saying the androgynous ones or the asexual ones that he's kind of referring to, those were seen as, from what I know, they were Kadash, and they were like also looked at and reverenced in early, because you know this too, it wasn't monotheistic as it's being pushed.
Right.
It was very monolatrous and even polytheistic. So yeah, it's interesting to hear you talk about that. I'm glad.
Ashe, I have a question to you because you have a name Ashe. And in Yoruba, are you familiar with the 3 cycles of life for a female, and that the 3rd cycle of life comes after menopause, for a woman, and then she's now considered also a male androgynous, and because you could grow a beard and this, that, the other, because you have what happens is like you have the first when there's three. Remember, Dr. Kumar was talking about that in Nepal. Is she still here?
I think.
Okay, so Dr.
I was muted, but she said women can grow beards.
Yeah, she said, because after menopause, what happens is that you have less estrogen in your system, so therefore you have more testosterone. So they talk about the three, the three cycles of life. When you get your cycle, and then you have a baby, and then you lose your cycle, and you lose the ability to have a baby, and then those women are actually considered like both male and female because they have like testosterone and things like that. That's why a lot of like Iyanifa normally became Iyanifa, or like the mother of the mystery after they went past menopause.
Yeah, but the way you say that right there, Genesis, I didn't hear her. Look, I know women can grow beards, and it's like because they have some kind of condition. But to say, oh, that's natural. No, when you said she said they can, I didn't hear her say that part because
yes,
that doesn't define her. That doesn't define her as a sage. All these sages weren't. That's atypical for a woman to have a beard. It wasn't something that just happened. Women have testosterone even when they're in their menstrual period.
What she was talking about is the loss of the cycle, and then that woman becoming an elder as an older woman that has no longer.
But she doesn't grow a
beard.
Well, the loss of the cycle. I don't think even in certain climates and certain diets, women would even have a cycle.
That's a fact. Hey, gotta drop a bomb for that, King J. A lot of people don't
see why.
A lot of people don't know that.
And this is exactly why we have to be careful when we start talking about biological things like beards and cycles, actual biological things, when we're trying to describe the stages of life, which is the virgin, which is the maiden, the mother, and the crone, or the maiden, the mother, and the sage, the older woman. Because then we have people come in and we'll start debating about, amenorrhea, like women don't have periods, and so we got to be careful when we insert biological functions specifically with those stages of progression of spirituality in women.
But that was a cultural thing that happened that people saw it as, that's all. And like I said, it was like a thing that once you lost your cycle, somehow they understood that the loss of the cycle takes you into the realm of like male.
That part is true. That part I've heard.
Well, in the cases I've seen,
let me say this real quick, Kim Leonard, and you got it. That piece is excluding all of the, the high level testosterone and all of that. I've definitely heard that before. You asked that question, have I heard that within the Yoruba? And I have. You know what I mean? Where a woman does go into her mature state, if you would. She becomes like an elder, a true wise woman. She's not no longer, doesn't have that desire to procreate. She not looking for a man. She really in that true state. She in that wisdom state. So I'm familiar with this.
Like she done went through menopause type shit.
Wait, I gotta say this. And she is, but look what happens, Genesis. Listen, look what happens. If we say, and that's why she has a beard, we're giving it over back to masculinity. We don't do that. We don't say, see, she has a beard, so now she's wise. We don't give it to masculinity in any way, shape, or form. That's my point.
That's totally the point she made during the show, though. She did say that some women have beards.
Gotta be wild.
And there's also like, Oya is known to grow a beard sometimes.
Women have beards,
bearded lady,
but it has nothing to do with being spiritually advanced. Get it?
No, that's not what I said.
No, I'm not saying you did, but it did sound like you said once they get to an age, or maybe you didn't, but I interpreted, and maybe I'm not the only one. Once you get to that wise age, like we just discussed, Ashe, he concurred with you that she's so on her apex of her spirituality and wisdom. Oh, and she has a beard. No.
No. There are certain Orisha, like I said, Oya, that actually can grow a beard, and she's known as the bearded woman, right? So and she fights alongside Shango.
Now that
I know.
Can we admit?
Look, I just want to make this clear that I know that is like that.
Or is it just hair?
You're not getting what I'm saying. I know that there are bearded. There's in the Hatshepsut. She wore the beard to show her that she's regal, but it still gives over to the masculine. And I shouldn't use the pharaoh. I'm taking away from that, but I'm saying I get the beard symbolism. Even in Kemet, when you read some ancient texts, it'll say, and the beard is very. So the beard is very masculine, divine. I'm going to say it again. It's masculine divinity. There's no room for us to say there's anything feminine in it. So when we talk about our divinity and our progression as women, we can't say, oh, and she's bearded. So that is also proof. That's my point. So I get what you're saying. That's just my position.
Main reason we see a lot of times Hatshepsut depicted with the beard. I mean, with the beard. Yeah.
Can I share my screen right quick so you could understand where I'm coming from, so it doesn't seem like I'm just like.
I think
we understand. We understand.
We understand.
No, share it.
No,
share
no.
it. Genesis.
All right. So in Yoruba, right here we go. So in Yoruba culture, hold on. I done lost it. Hold on. Here we go. In Yoruba culture, a bearded woman is viewed as a figure of extraordinary spiritual power, wisdom, and profound age-old authority. Aj, primordial power. A beard on a woman signifies that she possesses deep, transcendent occult capabilities, often associated with the potent and feared spiritual energy of the Aj, the great mothers or female elders. So it's not about a male thing. This is actually saying that she's actually a part of like some ancient great what is that word, like when something so old, arcane, or what's the word?
Archaic.
Yeah, archaic, or like old, like ancestral, like thing of like kind of like having a dual spirit. The beard significant maturity in adulthood in Yoruba proverbs. Orunba ni agba, a beard is eldership. And exaggerated white beard is a female on a female figure is in sacred art thought denotes immense longevity, commanding status, and awe-inspiring closeness to the ancestral realm. So this was a cult, not just.
I got you. Now I want to come in and reiterate. I'm not disputing your information.
Before you go in, can we make that the last comment on the beard?
Yes, I will. Definitely.
In the building.
I see he came in. This is my issue. Just as I say we're imbalanced, where everything is patriarchal, everything is divine masculine, I'm not going to come in and say, I get it. I know it's ancient, it's there, but a beard is masculine, point blank, period. Can it be depicted on a goddess and have deeper symbolism and arcane, meaning? Great. But we know that you even said it's because of testosterone. Testosterone is in males and females, but we know men have more testosterone. So for my position is a beard is a depiction of something that's divine masculine. Can a woman be divinely masculine? Yes. But I'm just stating my position that when we're talking about the progression of the actual woman, the actual human being woman, no symbolic, the human woman that is going on her journey through her spiritual path, I don't want to associate beards with that, because it is strictly divinely feminine when she goes through those stages. That's my point. That is all I'm saying. So I agree with you and your information. And yeah, okay, thank you.
A feather would be more feminine.
Well, that's normally used for initiation to represent it's a red feather to represent the cycle. So yeah.
Thank you, Genesis. Thank you, Genesis. Peace, Mighty Hebrew. Are you here? Did he leave? Oh, he's here. All right, go ahead.
Shalom Bahashim Yahweh Kodesh Israel. How's the family? How's the panel doing?
Peace, fam. Peace.
Everybody good?
You need to look at the brother's presentation.
Oh yeah, I'm highly familiar with them concepts. There's a man by the name of Tex Mars. If you ever read any of his stuff, like monumental colossals, mysterious monuments, different stuff. Many right-wing Christians have the same exact arguments that you was bringing forth about Madam H.P. Blavatsky. So what you brought forth is nothing new at all. The problem that I'm having with
Are you
you
going to
in
address
this
any
whole,
information directly, or are you just going to
I
make a
mean,
broad statement?
I'm dealing with strictly what I was talking about, which is the asexual being
Okay.
having no. This is not something from Blavatsky. Y'all got to stop giving this woman credit. She found what is known as Western theosophy. But before I go there, one of the problems that I'm having with your presentation is a rubber stamp presentation. You know what I'm saying? Whereas though you can easily just go on Google, copy, paste, and then come. Like if I say, for instance, give me all the bad things about Ashe. So it'll just pop up, and whatever I disagree, I'll use that. That's not how you really research, man. Okay, so let's deal with it. All ancient nations understood that there was duality. I'm speaking in principle. I'm not speaking in the physical sense. And I keep saying that. But when we get into the physical sense, when Zakar Nikki Va separates, male and female come on the planet at the same time, not different times. So when I talk about that androgyny, in the celestial, you say that one more time?
No, I just said agree.
Yes. When I use Blavatsky, I'm not saying everything she's saying is correct. I'm a historian. I'm a scholar. So I do what is called a comparative study. So I may get various authors that's aligning with the principle that I'm setting forth. The same that Dr. Ben did. If you read African Origins, Mother Civilization, you will see his theses on one side, and then you see the academia world on another side. And he didn't agree with everything the academia world viewed, but he used it as a point of reference or a comparative study or research, so the person can get an understanding of what is being conveyed. So you have various ancient nations saying the same exact thing. Now, if somebody wants to pervert it, that's what you're doing right now. You're constantly keep making it seem as though that I'm talking something physical. You're trying to make it seem like these talking points come from Blavatsky. No, they don't, man. No, they don't. You have ancient nations that been teaching this stuff. Just like you said, Kabbalah is Jewish mysticism, but the word Kabbalah goes back to Kobal, which only means to receive. Kobal is traditions that is shrouded in every nation. You go to ancient Kemet. I'm gonna prove my point. Type in Nuff Amun Ra's book, Medunetta 1, 2 in the Tree of Life system. You see the Kabbalistic system in the Medunetta. If you understand what you're reading and what you're dealing with, you have Ashby that wrote Asarian Resurrection, Egyptian Yoga. They understood the interconnection with ancient Kemet and the Indus Valley. These are historical facts. All your high, you can go to Infodisi, you can go to Jabari Azaze, you can go to different Kemetic scholars that understand these things. Why are you acting like, even you having the name Ashe? And we know for a fact when you're dealing in the Ifa traditions, they have the same concepts. When you go to all these ancient traditions, why do they all have the same principles in the metaphysical sense? But because I'm a Hebrew, you think Hebrews don't teach this stuff? Rabbi Wentworth A. Matthews taught it. Rabbi Arnold Josiah Ford taught this. Ben Ami taught this. Many scholars in the Hebrew community taught these things and don't have anything to do with Madam H.P. Blavatsky. I'm showing you that what she said, we already been saying that. So we got to get out of this thing that this came from Madam H.P. Blavatsky. Let me ask you something, Harwin. When you read a book, can y'all mute y'all mics because we can hear y'all background? Are you there, Harwin? I want to ask you a question.
Yeah,
okay. Have you ever read any book in your life that you agree with the whole book in totality? Yes or no?
Nah.
Thank you. I don't agree with everything Blavatsky say, but if you read her records, it's a lot of truth in what she's saying. The problem is we let white wing Christians brainwash us not to do deeper research. All you did was go on Google and
all
just
right, bro. All right, bro. That's your second time that you were disrespectful.
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just telling you.
And you mighty long-winded. And you mighty long-winded.
But
like,
you did the whole presentation the whole time. I just got up here.
Find you a
I'm saying what? Okay, this is what I'm saying to you. Let's deal with strictly. Okay, let me ask you something. What do you think I mean when I talk asexual?
Your information comes straight off Google. I got
no. Listen to I'm asking you a question. Listen to my question. What do you think I'm saying? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, what do you think I'm saying?
Think you're saying?
Yeah.
Hold on, hey fam. I don't gotta think nothing. Here you go.
Proeminate. You need both the male and female principle. Asexual beings have where it's the male and female principle consolidated or capsulated within the androgynous being.
Facts.
Originally, we were that which was androgynous beings. Now, if we go to Genesis chapter 2, verse 21, it says in Yahweh Elohim or Elohim calls the deep sleep. That's Thorim Dima. Hebrew, it symbolizes a deep trance, like a loss of selfhood. As we continue to read, it says that this loss of selfhood or this deep trance fell upon the Adam. It don't say Adam, it says Ha-Adam, given a definite article, meaning the firstborn or the first blood. It says that this deep sleep was caused to fall upon the Adam, and the Adam slept. And Yahweh, next slide.
So next slide. I say wrong?
Or the Elohim took one of his ribs. It says Arak meets ut, alut hiot, and he.
So what we won't let you do, bro, is sit here and act like you was talking like allegorically. You was talking.
That is allegorical.
You said
that
we
is
were.
allegorical.
You're talking about human beings, bro. Stop scamming.
No, I'm not.
So what is?
No, I'm not. Yo, bro.
What are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm not, bro. Listen, let me tell y'all, and I explained that. No, I'm not.
Okay, let me ask you something real quick, bro. Let me ask you something,
bro.
Without you adding your own twist on it, just go by the text.
Let's go by the text.
When the rib situation, I'm gonna call it the rib operation. You want the Selah? Is that better?
No, you pronounce it right. Zala.
Man, I ain't gotta say how you say it, bro.
That's not how I say it. If you're gonna speak Hebrew, you're crazy, man. You smoke too much weed, man.
No,
you got to give me some of that stuff you smoking, man. I need some of that. Listen, young brother, I'm telling you, Zala. Listen, again, we know for a fact, and you know.
So if So if I pull up the Google Translate right now and type it in,
it means side. Zala means
I know
side.
what it means. Okay. But
hold on.
Going in the conversation.
Zala does mean side.
Yeah, I know.
Let me finish.
So when that situation happens, that's happening in the physical.
No. Listen. Can I explain it to you so you'll understand?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Which you have the Masoretic text is 9th century ACE. That script that you're using, Assyrian Babylonian script known today as modern Hebrew script, that is not the original script it was written in. The oldest script we can go to is the Sinaitic pictorial hieroglyph, which has influences from Medunetta. This is a fact.
Ain't Sinai in Egypt?
Yeah, let me finish. Correct. I want you to type in the Ancient Hebrew Research Center. That's what I use. So in the Sinaitic pictorial Hebrew, it gives you the symbolic meaning of these words. For instance, when you look at the Hebrew word aleph, for example, it's a symbol of an ox head. Let me do this, man, to give you this understanding. It's a symbol of an ox head. So it defines first in rank, strength. Then you have a daleth, which is a doorway, and then the mean, which
don't skip the bet. Don't skip the bet because the bet is
no. I'm talking about Adam. I'm speaking of Adam.
Okay.
So, but in the Hebrew it says ha-adam. So the hay is an image of a man with outstretched arms facing the northern star. This is a fact. You have the aleph, which is an image of an ox head, symbolic to strength. You got the daleth, which is symbolic to a doorway or a pathway. And then you have the mean. Then you have the mean, which is water waves. So when you put the daleth and the mean together, it becomes dam, blood, as in the blood of grapes. And then you got the aleph. So Adam means the firstborn or the first blood. Then remember that hay that's there, a man with outstretched arms facing the northern star, which is inclusive of woman. So when you say Ha-Adam, you're saying the firstborn or the first blood rising with outstretched arms. It does not mean man. That was
the first. Hold on, wait, hell no. So what's the first blood that rose with outstretched arms? Go ahead.
Okay, the firstborn or the first blood that rises with outstretched arms is what you know that it's an ecological condition. Talking about us being adaptable to the Earth's surface. It's not literal. It's not. Hold on. Let me finish, bro. It's not literal. If you can go, that's keep this funky, man. If you can go hypothetical, hold on. If I give you the book of changes right now, hypothetical. If I give you the book of I Ching, it's a Chinese manuscript. So that means that manuscript has Chinese thought. If I give you the book of coming forth from darkness, I Ching or I Ching. Yeah, I Ching is actually
got the symbols like the hexagrams and stuff.
Listen, and that's what that Sinaitic was, two symbols, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They're archaic symbols, just like when you deal in Mdunetu or Meduneta.
But what's that got to do? See, but this is crazy. See how you coach?
It's not crazy,
how
bro.
You want to be Botsky move though, like you, because what this got to do with India then?
I told you already, because the original Hebrews go back to a group of Hebrews known as the Yadavas. But that's stick to the point. We can come to that later. I already showed that in my PowerPoint, and I showed you that there was already classical scholars that said that, and you even didn't even know that Josephus said that. You was like, damn.
Josephus is pseudo though. We all know Josephus.
No, you can't pick it. But what about Clericus? What about all them classical scholars that said the same thing, bro? You can't just say Josephus. What about
you just don't know.
Okay, that's say Josephus is pseudo, if that's what you want to say. What about all them other
like that?
No, look, Ashe, let's keep it a bean. I read to you countless classical scholars that said the same exact thing, and you were sitting right there, and you can go right back there. It was from classical scholar that said that the Hebrews go back to ancient Indus Valley priests and sages. That's what they said. But I don't want to get off the point.
But you believe that, though? Did you believe that?
I'm telling. What you mean? These are eyewitness accounts. Come on, dog.
So they eyewitness accounts, bro. So they went to India. Did they go to India? Did they go to India,
bro? You know what the problem is?
Some people say Abraham is Brahma, bro.
You're picking.
That's what he's going. He's going to Abraham was Brahma. Are you doing that?
No, I didn't say Abraham was Brahma.
I'm glad you're not going.
I didn't say that.
There's information pointing to Abraham possibly being Brahma.
There's information pointing to that story possibly being correlated.
This is all I'm saying to you, Ashe. This is all I'm saying to you. Every ancient society always had those that took things literal, and then you had those that had a higher state of consciousness. You know this. You a scholar. You a spiritual man. So when you say that, I think what it is you never met any Hebrews that deal in high sciences like that. You're used to dealing with Hebrews on the street corners that, Esau this and the 12 tribe chart. You're used to them type of Hebrews. You never sat back with people like Dr. Azriel ben Yahuda. You never sat back with, Ambassador Azriel ben Moore. You didn't sit with people like that.
So honest question. How many of your teachers are lined up with Dr. York? That ain't even a funny question.
I don't listen.
Why would that be funny?
Yeah. A lot of people may take that as insulting.
Listen, these teachings, you got to understand. certain
you
teachers
say
are going
what?
to
I
be
say?
universal.
I said a lot of people may take that as insulting.
No, it's not insulting to me because I'm not offended when something is universal. What I'm saying when it comes to the
But you
beginning of
talk
our
about
existence,
subterranean beings.
I don't know nothing about subterranean beings. I know that he believed that he was from the planet Risk from the 19th galaxy and that he was
But you
98
talked
trillion
about
years old
subterranean beings,
and
though,
all
right?
that stuff. And he did believe in, he got that concept, Shambhala, or the subterranean earth, from ancient Hindu records. That's exactly where he got
y'all
that from.
share a talking point.
But the difference, no. The
Hold up. Respectfully, right? Because this is Nawapian up here. Those stories are also in African. They're also those stories are in African oral traditions. I just been quiet because I've been letting two
That's a
men go
fact.
before.
That's
I've been
a
letting
fact.
Ashe.
And they're in Aztec
I
and
rock with
Incan with
Ashe.
the ant people. The ant people are from some Mesoamerican.
Absolutely. I rock with Ashe, right? Because I like Ashe energy. Like I really rock with the
that
brother.
talk, right? And I don't have a problem with talking that talk. But where is that within? And this is the thing, right? Because I'm not here to say this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong, this is right. Where is that within your culture? Dr. York can have that talking point. The Indians can have that talking point, and the Africans can have that talking point. But where can I open up my biblical text and find the ant
I told
people?
you.
That's
You can
my
find it.
issue.
I don't know about the ant. I don't know about the ant people, but when
The
I am
Hopi,
telling
the
you,
Hopi people talk about the ant
Hopi
people.
What she talking about is the Anasazi and the Hopi in America.
Yeah, yeah.
Which no
All
problem.
I'm saying
I'm just
is
saying it's not just York.
But I want to see that. But I want to see that in the Hebrew. I don't care if Dr. York never had it.
I don't know nothing about that. What I know is the way that most people that get into the Bible, if they become Hebrew or whatever, or they're outsiders looking within, they already been Christianized. They already been Christianized. We know that the biblical texts are really Eastern texts. So what's the Eastern thought? Ashe. If I say to you right now, what's the Eastern understanding of the Garden of Eden? Is there an Eastern understanding? Yes or no?
It's just the Garden of Eden.
No, what I'm saying is we know how we've been taught from the accidental.
When you look into the older works, when you look into the scrolls, it describes a paradise.
Occidental.
No. Do you understand? I'm gonna ask
Occidental.
I'm gonna ask Napashadai the same question. Napashadai.
Yes.
Am I asking this question correct? We know the Western understanding of the biblical Garden of Eden, what we've been taught through the Western lens. Is there an Eastern understanding of the Garden of Eden because it's an Eastern book?
Of course, even Ashe knows that because he knows about the Enuma Elish. He knows. I mean, I'm not saying that's the Garden of Eden, but he knows about the stories of the Sumerian texts.
Like that distant paradise ideology. Like,
but do you
he knows
understand
about
what I mean about that there had to be a certain Eastern thought behind the subject matter? The way that we say,
I agree. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So if I'm giving you,
Ashe, what he's saying is, if you
go ahead,
Harlan.
If you Ashe, would you agree that some Hebrew culture come from Kemet?
Hell yeah, he agrees that. Damn, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Man, that's
Come on, Ashe. Ashe.
Well, so that
Ashe?
culture was literally birthed inside of Kemet. So
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if
okay, so that's hinting to what Mighty Hebrew saying, bro.
You know,
he's using the word Eastern, but that's just a word. That's the word that just goes. Anything that's Orient is something that's not Occidental.
But you can't put the Indian with that. You can't put Indian.
But the reason why I'm not putting it, listen, I'm not putting the Indian in it. I am saying that
you got non-bread at the Passover.
Listen. If you listen, you gotta understand history and displacement and demarcation stations being changed. The peoples that you see in many of these Middle Eastern regions and stuff like that today, they weren't there in yesteryears, man. A lot of these people are invaders that came into these lands and took on the customs of people. It's a fact that you can have tribes that may speak a Bantu speaking language. Like, here's a prime example, the Maasai. One of my wives, my third wife that's pregnant right now, her father is Maasai and her mother is Impare. The Maasai, right? They're not Bantu, but they speak Kiswahili, which is a Bantu speaking language. You got the Iraq tribe in Arusha. They are originally from Iraq. And came into Tanzania centuries ago, and they've been in Arusha for years, and they speak Kiswahili, but they're not Bantu.
But you too slick for me.
Hold on.
Too slick. Because you got us all in the Bantu language, and
I'm showing you a point.
We talking about androgynous.
I'm showing you a point
about you gotta stay here.
I'm showing you a point. You got to listen to me, young brother. I'm
All right. Enough of this boo-boo talk. Enough of the boo-boo talk. Are we going to get in the ring or what?
No, I'm not doing. I'm an elder. I'm not doing that.
Elders get in the ring, Mighty Hebrew.
No.
You
Listen.
This without
what you do. Call Prince Yosef.
Mighty Hebrew.
No, he told me to tell you this.
I'm talking, brother.
Prince
you can cut
Yosef
me
told me to tell you.
Mighty Hebrew.
Before you say it, you don't want to say it. Okay.
Listen, brother. Elders get in the ring. I don't know where the hell you come from. If you talking this talk, you got to be able to walk the walk, prove it to the people. Because when you get in the ring, guess what? You are teaching the people, brother. So what are you doing? Are you scamming the people, or are you bringing the information? Come on, brother.
Prince Yosef told me to tell you the leadership said, I am an elder. Y'all have any problems? He said, he telling me to do this live. You can call him and he'll tell you the same thing. And that's your homie.
Shout out to Prince Yosef.
That's your homie. The leadership in Damona said, I'm not in a position to do that.
Tell Prince Yosef I respect him. That's my brother. But he got to respect me and what I do. And what I do is debates. And so, brother, get your ass in the ring, Mighty Hebrew. Stop that. Don't let no man tell you as a grown man what you can do.
I follow orders.
Stop what you can do and what you can't do, brother. That's just a scapegoat that you're trying to run from. You know I got these little. You know I got these soldiers over here.
You never do that to any of the leadership in Damona, man.
Everybody, brother. Everybody.
Let me ask you something.
Brother, you keep cutting me off. Number one, you don't have discipline. You got to have discipline. You got to have this. You know you're my brother. You're my man. I know you
never do that to none of the leaders in Damona. Why you all?
Brother, I know you are a bad dude, brother. I know this already.
I'm asking you why, though.
Because say something to butter you up to get you.
Because
I'm asking you a question, Side Nigga. Why you don't do that to like Dr. Coswell, the leadership in Damona that I brought over? Why you don't never call them and say, yo, do a debate?
Like who? Tell me, like who?
Hold on. And I'm in that same leadership position with them, and we don't do that. But why you always try to drag me?
Why don't do it to who? Like who?
Like, remember when I brought over here Azriel Moore?
I don't know him. I don't know him. I don't got this number.
But you already know the rules of my community. But you know the rules of my community.
You sound scared to me, brother.
No, can I ask you something? I
think
leadership in Damona want us to.
I think
I did not beat him up. That's how you named the Mighty Hebrew.
Yes, he did.
No,
listen, I just wanted, but that was before I was in the position and power that I'm in now, representing the nation on this level. Listen to what I'm asking you, Side Nigga.
Don't be like Howard, man. Don't get that tag on you.
I'm asking you a question, Elder. You my elder, and I'm asking.
See, here we go with the. Here we go. Here we go.
Yo, Harwin, you was smoking, brother, when Sinjetti came in. All I seen was smoke on your.
Crazy.
No,
you crazy.
When I asked you
crazy.
To Sanjetti, you was smoke, brother. King J stayed
crazy.
And smoke too.
I was working, man. See, when I'm working, you talking crazy. When Chucky Good God doll is working, y'all got excuses.
Howard, one more thing, Howard. I didn't get the text. I don't know if you sending it from your phone, but I didn't get the email. I got the email, but it was nothing on the email. So it's
an attachment, sir.
You send it? No, it wasn't nothing on it, brother. It was it was something like red. Don't open this. Red. And then when I tried to, it didn't. Ain't nothing on it. It said it was nothing on it. So I think you sending it from your phone, brother.
I resend it from my. I originally sent it from my computer, so.
You got to send it probably from a computer, bro.
Yeah, but you need to go back and rewind that video so you can see Son Jetty agreed that it's a Bantu language, like I said.
We know that, man. But it was
no, you didn't know that until I told you.
No, he got you on something else.
No, you asked him about something he didn't even know about. He don't know nothing about that map. None of y'all did until I showed you.
They use.
All right.
I also spoke to
Son Jetty don't know. Jabari don't know.
You saying Jabari don't know?
He didn't. When he asked you, when you showed him something about it, he said, "Did he show the source?" He said, "No, he ain't show the source. He was scamming." Even though I did show the source, y'all so unfamiliar with it.
See, all the mighty Hebrew, my brother, you know you're my brother, you know I love you, but I got to keep it a buck. All you want to do, mighty Hebrew,
do that. If the leadership, you trying to get me in trouble, man.
Right, so who do I got to ask? Prince Asiel?
Say what?
I got to ask the son of Prince Asiel?
Prince Yusuf, yeah. Prince Yusuf.
Yeah, man.
Right?
I represent. Listen.
I don't think
12 princes over in Demona. I'm in leadership position, man. If it's a respectful conversation, yeah, but they don't want me to be in the midst of niggerisms. Right now, man.
Mighty Hebrew, you talking about
you already
Yusuf?
know that side nigga. You acting like you don't know.
So debating is niggerism, you saying?
What if you do a debate where you do like in person?
No,
like
I'm not
we just
saying that. I'm not.
Debating is niggerism, you said.
No. That's not what
That's not her. Paul, relax, baby.
I just don't want it to go left, honey.
With that. But if it's going to be on some crazy
it's going to be on research. It's going to be on scholarship.
Our community
it's going to be on the topic, brother.
Yeah, like a lecture style. But it's a debate.
I'm going to talk to the I'll talk to the leadership and see what they say. I ain't got no problem with that. I'll see what they say, but you gotta stop side nigga trying to get me to go against my elders when they lay down a law, man. You can't do that, man. That's not cool.
Yeah. Shout out to the elders in Demona. We love them.
Yeah,
I don't know where Son Ever is.
Yeah, we love the elders, man. So just relax.
I want to ask the panel a question about the pyramids. I want to ask you too, side nigga, everybody. How did they build the pyramids?
Nobody really know, but I know Harwin think he know.
So if they don't know how they built the pyramids,
they built them partially with sound.
It was nobody there.
Some of the Israelite elders teach that.
There. Nobody.
I would say
so
that.
If they don't know how they built the pyramids, then how do they know how to read the Mdu Nega or the Megu Nega?
Who? How do who know?
Okay, in reference to how the pyramids were built, we may not know the exact methodology of the construction.
Right, you can assume and you can guess.
Right, but we do know that we do have records of workmen. We do have a workman record of how he was transporting blocks
Who was
up and
that
down the
talking?
Nile. This
Who
is
was that talking?
cosmic. This is cosmic. Yeah, so it's a technique. It's a technique that's lost in time, but it's not mythical, and it's not as if though it's not like aliens came in and did it. It's something
When you say mythical, what do you? When you say mythical, what do you mean by that?
Let me finish. Let me land. It is something that humans did, with our minds, and we figured out how to do it. So it's that, but we definitely have the records of when it was done.
Now hold up.
No, we don't. No, we don't. Wait, Si, you cannot let him go. He said we got the records of when it was done. I would love to see them records.
See, I told you, he is ready to go.
No, this hard one. No, this ain't so. This hard one.
Oh, that's hard one.
No, this hard one. I would love to see them records. I've been looking.
I thought it was.
I've been looking. I've been searching. I know you ain't talking about the papyrus of Murur.
Yes, that's all I'm saying, brother. The papyrus of
but that's not talking about that, bro.
Huh?
Bro, that does not prove that them pyramids was built in the 4th or 5th dynasty. That's cap.
So what does it prove? What is
but it does prove that humans were
it doesn't prove anything.
It does
you're
prove that
just saying
humans were working on the
it's just a
construction because
record.
that's a mining operation, and they recorded it
I thought the
in half
pyramids,
day
from the
increments.
research that I see, the pyramids was built during the first divine dynasty.
All right. Hold on, y'all. You know we got to take everything with a fine comb when Harwin starts speaking, because Harwin said, "Hey, yo, get you ready for this, Ashe? You ready for this garden? You ready for this?" Harwin came up here and said he speaks the language of the Neteru.
I never said that. I said I can read the Middle Neter and I speak a language. What is the language of the Neteru?
Harwin, stop it, brother.
No, you gotta stop it. You gotta stop, Sa. Stop it. Stop it. Stop.
Oh wow,
Stop
brother,
it. I'm a Sa-netta. Am I speaking it now? Sa-netta.
No, you're not speaking it now. You're speaking English.
He's saying
So
your
I'm not
name,
speaking your name? Your name is in the Middle Neter. Sa-netta.
Brother, you're speaking English, bro.
Sa-netta is not English. That's not an English word.
Yes, it is.
Hold on, yo, Harwin.
When you
Yo, Harwin, let me ask you a question, Harwin. Is the Medu Neter the language of the Neteru?
Yo, I'm talking, brother.
The Middle Neter is talking about the script, bro.
Yo. Y'all, I know y'all hear me talking. Number one, Sa-netta is not the language of the Netters. Sa-netta is written in English. English, man. There is no goddamn vowels. Stop. Be quiet for a minute. There is no goddamn vowels in the Netter system. In the real Netter language. What the hell is y'all talking about? So Sa-netta is written in English. So when when you read Sa-netta, you're not reading the Netteru language, brother. So cut it out. That's cap.
So there's no vowels in the script, but
Hold
there's
on, King J, please let me respond. King J, don't let him out of. Don't let him out. Don't let him go.
Because you have to be
don't
able
let him go.
You gotta be able. Hold on, let me say, Howard. Because you gotta be able to pronounce. You gotta be able to pronounce it. So of course you're pronouncing vowels.
They added the vowels, brother. They added that, and once you add the vowels, it becomes.
Yo, can I add something? They also had soft consonants. They had a concept of soft consonants that would sometimes act as vowels, and even though the script had triliteral and biliteral roots and determinatives, when you pronounced it, you were expected to pronounce what we call vowel sounds. And also when it's rendered, the sometimes the number 3 is used to represent the ah sound. You know what I mean? So there was an expectation to vocalize the vowels, even though it wasn't spelled all the time with vowels.
That's a fact. That's the same way Hebrew, where you see that they don't put no
Get him,
vowel
brother Lie, put something up for you, Harwin. Yeah. I don't know what, Harwin. Let us hear you speak the Neteru right now. Go ahead.
Listen. When Sa-netta talking to me, I be quiet when y'all talking. When Sa talking to me, let me respond. I don't need nobody to help me. Listen, when you see me in the woods with a bear, I promise you, help the bear, bro. I don't need no help. What he talking about is basic. Stop it. The nouns that he has in his name right now were inserted by Egyptologists that didn't know the nouns. They call it Egyptology speak, if you will. But the problem is this: when we got Theophil Obenga, Mboli, and other scholars showing you these words in African languages, now we can see what the vowel could have been at different time periods. So we can show you the word Netzer in different African languages. We can show you the word Sa in different African languages. And yeah, it's written in English. That's a transliteration, Sa. But I can show you your name in the glyphs. I don't know who you think you're talking to. You talking to one of them. You ain't talking to me. I can show you your name in the glyphs.
Hold on, brother. Yes, I can show you my name in the glyphs, but what I'm trying to tell you is not in English in the glyphs. Huh? Check. It's in the real Metal Netter. It's in the Netter.
That's irrelevant, Sa. That's irrelevant.
When I'm talking, you got to be quiet now. You got to be quiet. Number one, it's in the Netter. There was no such thing as English. So the Kemetic people didn't know nothing about English. How in the hell can they say, oh, I'm going to add this E to this. I'm going to add this A. I'm going to add this O. They don't know nothing about that. What is you talking about? They didn't know anything about that, brother.
I'm not talking about that. You tripping.
No, listen, man. That was added in through the people that came later to try to map out the Netzer to figure out what is this word? What does this mean? That's when that was figured out. They would add that to it. So come on, man. Y'all gotta stop.
You just repeated what I said, but then I addressed that when I told you that it's in African languages, Sir. But Sir, real quick, I know you regurgitating what you learned. You tried to microwave real quick, but I want you to what's a weak consonant, Sir?
Yo, listen to me.
No, Sir. No. What is a weak consonant?
Go ahead, you tell me.
Nah, you said ain't no vowels in the glyph, so I'm asking you what's a weak consonant?
Tell me.
A weak consonant is a consonant that can fall off sometimes when you're translating the languages. That's what a weak consonant is.
Bro, I'm talking to Sir. See, when I get interrupted,
so I'm going to answer for him.
It doesn't matter. You don't gotta stop jumping in. Stop jumping in.
If I'm wrong, tell me. I'm asking
Jose. You can jump in. Good looking.
He doesn't know. He don't know.
Good
you
looking.
think nobody knows because you're the master of Medu Neter.
Right.
Don't know the blasting map is written in about 3 different languages. So you
Thank
should be
you.
quiet.
Fam, you
take some of that
tell
bass
you
out
what,
your voice.
I know common sense.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Sir, how you gonna keep?
You don't know.
Stop. Did you say you're a master of Medu Neter?
No, he ain't saying that.
Of course he thinks he does.
Man, Jose can't read no Medu Neter, man. Sir Netter, do him like you do me. Post some random Medu Neter and tell him to read it.
No, I'm not doing none of that.
Listen, you reading Medu Neter
do him like you do me.
You. When you talk
do him like you do me.
A modern map.
Man, you don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. A weak consonant.
I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
All right,
man.
Back to Ashe. Where's
no,
Ashe?
You just a hater. Ashe. You don't know nothing about what you're talking about. You don't know that a weak consonant can function as a vowel, nigga.
Yo,
I'm not your nigga. I'm not your nigga. Remember that.
Yeah, chill, Harwin, with that. Come on, nobody.
I'm not playing with that.
Right. Hey, let's get it right. But
you don't know. You don't know what you're talking about. So be quiet and listen to people.
No, you don't know. How you gonna tell me you don't know about the Medu Neter?
Reading Medu Neter does not.
We're talking about Medu Neter. That's the topic,
bro.
We're talking about the Medu Neter. That's the topic,
bro. There is no such thing as Nuwabia in Medu Neter.
Right.
The map is not in English.
Right.
The map is not in English.
Hey,
Jose is gold.
Jose, you want to? Hey, everybody, let me and Jose talk since he want to be Captain Saber. Jose, right now while we live, you want to bet 5,000 on that? What's up?
Yeah, I'm Harwin.
NWB.
No, Shanetta, don't help him now. Don't help him. Don't help him. Me and you can debate that.
Quiet, you know that.
We can
put
no
vowels in that. There are no vowels in there. NWB is gold.
Harwin, you still owe me.
There is no place they put Nuwabia.
And you ain't paying me. So stop asking people, do they want to bet when you don't even pay?
Shanetta, you are being biased, bro. You muting me and let him talk. He don't know nothing about the Medu Neter.
I know there's no such word as Nuwabia.
Man, you don't even. You regurgitate. Okay, so let's put 5,000 on it. Let's put 5 bands on it.
Listen.
Let's put 5 bands on it right now.
Listen.
You can't even let 200.
Shanetta, stop helping him.
Let's make Harwin look like a fool is what we're gonna do right now.
Sure. Make me look like a fool. Right, exactly. I got 5 bands.
Okay, I'm gonna take this over then.
You can't show me that.
No, Nepal.
No, because we need order.
Can't show me that.
Nepal, he got it. No,
Harwin can't show me that nowhere.
I'll say if he want to take control, he got it.
I told them they need to get some order.
No, he got it. But
but let me say this. Then if he got it,
hold on. What I'm saying is,
don't mute my shit, please.
Brother La was right there when you made that $200 bet with me that you can read the language of
that we can say the words, and I said your name, son, like I did just now.
No, you said you can speak it, brother.
And I did on the video.
No, you did not.
Yes, I did. I said my name is Har in the language.
Man, get out of here. Stop it, man. Just stop.
What you mean? The word Nookie and then Demotic, a Nookie is I am or I, and Har is my name.
All right,
I am Har.
All right.
All you gotta say is Rennie Har.
That's just I ain't say my name. I'm saying I am Har. But if I want to say
Harwin, hold up. Why don't you say, yo, I'm going to the movies this weekend, or I'm taking my wife out to dinner this weekend? Let me hear you say that. Go ahead.
So you saying they had movies back in ancient Kemet, huh?
No. Say
Are
it.
you being serious?
Yeah,
Are you being serious right now?
All right, then let me.
They had movies in ancient Kemet.
All right, let me hear you say, I'm going up on top of the hill so I can get me a glass of water or a bucket of water. Go ahead. Let me hear it.
So they had glass water now.
No, buckets of water. Go ahead.
So yeah, I know. Yeah, we got a basket of water. Ned, move. I got you.
You're done. You're done.
Can we hear
That
his
was
answer,
good.
please?
Basket of water was
No,
good.
he can't speak the language.
Everybody gonna
No,
cut me off.
we can't even hear his answer. That's why he's getting more frustrated.
He's
Like,
not
can we have a clear
Man,
answer from him?
Y'all got it, bro.
Nepal, he's not answering. You ain't hearing. Oh, they got a glass of water
You
now.
keep muting my mic,
but
son.
Hey, Harwin, you need to stop letting people get you so ruffled. And let me say this.
No, I'm not
I
ruffled.
want
No,
to see.
no, this how I
Hold on,
talk. Dead ass.
Harwin, wait. I want to see Jose prove that he knows the meta netter better than Harwin, because I know you don't. So I want to hear that.
He never said that. You letting Harwin.
So how he can jump in when we having a
Hold on, let me answer Nepal's question.
You letting Harwin off the hook.
I never said that I know the Medun that you're
No, y'all letting Jose off the hook.
Finish
Jose
my
said,
statement?
no,
Harwin, that's why I'm putting you on mute, bro.
What I'm going to say,
Sarnetta, you ain't put him on mute when he was cutting me off. You wasn't even in the conversation.
It's crazy.
Harwin, she addressed me just now. Let me answer the question.
No, I didn't address you. I didn't address you. I'm gonna say it again. I want to see. You came in and called him you made fun of him. You said he thinks he's the master. So when somebody puts that challenge, wait, see how you're talking over me? And see, Harwin, just calm down. You came and put a challenge. You said Harwin thinks he's a master of the meta netter. So that would tell me that you think you know the meta netter better. So I want to see
that's
you.
Not what I mean.
I never said that.
Please, honey, let them fight. Let them fight equally. You didn't say he thinks he's the master?
Listen, I said that. I never said I knew Medun Netter better than anyone.
But did you say he thinks he's the master?
Yes, and I said and I said that master of
And I'm
Medun
saying
Netter
that too. He think he's the master.
does not help him in a fight. It does not help him in a history fight.
They think I'm showing up.
Because there's no place in the Medun Netter.
Nepal, why are you protecting Harwin?
I'm not protecting Harwin. I want it to be. You're not being fair.
Harwin cannot show that there's any place named Nuwabi in the Medun Netter. I don't care how much he's speaking.
Okay, I want to hear Harwin answer.
And that's the end of my conversation. I didn't say I was a
And I want to hear
you
Harwin answer that.
You ain't have to jump in. My answer is clear, Nepal. Tell him to let's set it up since Sarnetta act like he ain't got my email I sent over a week ago for Chucky. He can step in for Chucky and we can bet 5 bands on it right now. That's my answer to this.
$200, man. Ain't nobody.
Man, God, you owe Sarnetta, you owe me 200. I said your name. I said whole sentences on that live. It's on video, son. It's on video.
Do it again right now.
Yeah, Nanny hard. The Naya, the knee, that's a pronoun for me. Then Randy's talk about name, and my name is hard. So my name is hard. Randy, my hard. That's a sentence.
I just asked you to say I'm going up to the hill to get me some water by the now. Let me hear you say it. Go ahead.
I'm going up to the hill to get me some water by the now. Okay, I got you.
Say it in the middle nation.
Yeah, I got you. Look in, God dang, I can't. You got it. You speaking. You tell me, do it. You gonna keep cutting me off. You gonna cut me off, and it's cool. So all I'm gonna tell you is that the word mountain is Abdu, and then the word for bowl can be Ni'u, like a new bowl, or you can go ahead and just say Neb, because sometimes they use the wicker basket for that. Then for water, you can just say Mu. So hard yetwi. Hard yetwi.
But when I asked
Ni'u in Meya. Abdu Meya. So hard go to a hill or a mountain to get a bucket of water. Now back to this fool. You gonna take the bet or what?
And then you can say Itaru for water. So yeah, you said it right.
Can y'all hear me? Let me go back out.
Call him names, please. Don't call him names.
King J, just stop.
Because the name.
He came in here, he corrected you, and he corrected.
I'm talking about Harwin calling Jose the N-word and fool and stuff.
Stop the cap, man. Just cut it out.
Yeah, you made that up, sir. You believe what Sanjay said because you don't know no better yourself. So that's all that is to that, brother.
King J, you out of control.
That's all that was.
You can drop it there.
You can bring him back up here, son, Jetty. But I mean, if I ask anybody on the panel this simple question, I say, what does the letter M mean?
Mem?
Mean? No, the letter M in the letter in our alphabet M. What does it mean?
It don't mean nothing.
It means
Exactly.
water. It means water.
No, it don't.
Exactly.
It don't mean nothing. The
The letter M means nothing. Exactly.
It means to
Thank you,
or from.
It did mean
brother.
something though in the
The letter
beginning.
M in our alphabet means
Who,
two.
what ain't mean nothing?
Our
I was in a bad area.
M means nothing.
Right.
Like, what are you talking about? We're talking about English.
In English,
Hello?
it means
Can y'all
We're
hear me?
nothing.
talking English,
Okay,
Jose.
in
Stay out of
English,
it if you
got
don't
it.
know what you're talking about. Stay out
You
of it.
guys, I got you. I thought you were talking about metanetter.
No, we're talking about
That's why I said M
Oh
at first.
my
He was like,
God! If
no,
I ask
English.
the question, why is Jose over talking everybody?
M means to or from.
Wait,
Get him, Jose. That's what I'm
I say
talking
a
about.
No, you
question.
asked the panel,
I
not
am about to
Ashe.
take control
No,
back.
I say a
You
question.
asked
I
the
didn't ask the
panel.
panel.
You asked the
No,
panel.
I didn't, bro.
Jose, we
It
ain't
is.
doing that. We ain't doing that, Jose. We gonna do King J. Got energy been raising his hand. You know what I mean? We definitely gotta honor the brother. And then I need y'all to hold me down for like 10 minutes. But go ahead, God.
Yeah, nah.
Jose,
I wanted to holler at Cosmic real quick. I don't know if Cosmic is available.
hey man, I
Yo,
lost
Cos.
signal, man.
All
Yo,
right,
Cos.
hold on. Wait 1 second, Harwin.
Yeah, I don't know if Cosmic is available. I wanted to let him know about the roundtable next Sunday when we dealing with Christianity. He definitely
Cosmic, you
got to
there?
be there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right,
Oh yeah,
good.
yeah.
Ask him.
Yeah, Cosmic. We did a roundtable yesterday on the crucifixion of Jesus, his life, early Christianity, Paul, Mark, and the early text. And I think you definitely got to be at the next one, part 2, next Sunday. You know what I mean? You was one of the main people I was calling for up there. I shouted you out with the stylometric data and everything. So I don't know if you're gonna be.
Yeah. I can make it. I can make it.
And you said you'll take his head off and you're not scared and that you don't care. So you also got a debate with Yara coming up too.
Yeah.
Actually, I wanted to
You
have
don't?
the conversation with Nepal
Nah, I'm
about the
joking.
creeds.
You want to have a conversation about the creeds? I know you've been doing I know you on the montage with the Rocky working out, looking. I know what you're doing, brother. I respect you and appreciate that. I would love to have that conversation with you. I'm also going to do a debate. I'm doing a debate with our brother Jabari on the historicity of Christ. So I would love to have you at the round table for sure. We could talk about the creeds.
All right, yeah.
I'd like to see what you discovered about it, and
All right, appreciation. I'll
No.
be there.
I think it's Sunday, right? God Energy?
What time?
8
Yeah,
o'clock.
Sunday.
8 o'clock.
All right, I'll be out of the country, but I'll make sure I'm there.
Okay.
All right. Let me let y'all know. Every Sunday night at 8 o'clock, we got the round table going on. The round table is not about debating. We do that over here. We do the debates over here. It's about building and adding on. Now, you can always disagree, but if someone disagree, it's not about going back and forth with the disagree. You can disagree if you want.
Right. What we were doing it was great. I like how Morpheus set it up. Shout out to Morpheus and Brother Reggie. Like trying to solve a cold case, right? If I'm right about that, God Energy, you can elaborate on that. I kind of came in the middle, but I liked it. It was good.
Hey yo, Sister Genesis, this is off topic, but you had said earlier we should do a study on Sekhet, and that's what I've been doing basically since everybody's been talking.
Okay.
And so Sekhet, that information in reference to Sekhet was false. Sekhet was the companion of Hapi, right? And then in the coffin text, he's alluded to by the name of the Fen goddess. So I get my information from this dissertation called the Behedite, a study of Heru. And you can find information about Sekhet in coffin text spells 571, 607, and 1015. She's also known as the goddess who weaved the marshes that hid the son of Isis, Heru, when Set was looking for him after his birth. So that's the history. That's some of the history of Sekhet. She's also a Nubian goddess. Just
All
FYI.
right. All right. Thank you. I want to
Oh,
let
real
everybody
quick.
know there it is right there. That's the round table. I'm dropping the link in the chat. If y'all not subscribed, make sure y'all subscribe. That's Brother Morpheus. Morpheus is going in on the round table every Sunday night at 8 o'clock. There's the link right there. You don't want to miss it. That's the building channel. Morpheus called me earlier and said, yo, Nepal really tore it up in there. He went in
Oh,
on it.
that's cool. Shout out to my brother.
Yeah, so
And I thank you, Sonetta, the round table.
the
And
link
you
is
said 8 o'clock at Eastern, right? 8 o'clock
Yeah,
Eastern.
8 o'clock Eastern. The link is in the chat once again. I'm gonna keep on posting it. Y'all want to make sure y'all subscribe to that channel, Sakina Ra. Click all so you can get all notifications. And 8 o'clock, they going in.
Yeah,
It's
shout out to
different people
Sakina
every
Rock.
week. Every week is different people. You know.
I wanted to point out something about the story of Moses. That's reflected in that particular story that you spoke about Aset hiding Heru in the reeds. That is very much similar to the story of Moses. I just want to point that out that I noticed in my research.
So there's a
So that's
similarity
it.
there. Yeah, that's
We
interesting.
should we
So
should similarities.
I looked it up too, and I think they got the Sekhet and
Everybody talk
Sekmet
about.
wrong, and that's where the weird thing goes in. I think they said Sekhet instead of Sekmet.
Well, the source was fandom, so that's why it probably was
Right,
just.
right. So they had it wrong. So okay.
Is this saying circuit?
No,
Sekmet. It was Sek SEK.
Sekhet.
They had Sekhet, but it was
SEKHET.
supposed to be Sekmet.
Oh, the house.
Hey, Mighty Hebrew. Mighty Hebrew.
He might have
Okay,
left.
Elder.
Yeah,
there
I
he is.
just want to let you know, brother. All call outs are mandatory from now on, brother.
Say what?
All
No, they ain't, because you let Jabari run from me.
Oh no, you run from
Wow.
Sure. Jabari don't
That's
run from you. Come on,
check
man.
your
Hold
email.
on. Jabari
Check
don't
your
run
email.
from you. Man, I ain't got an email. You don't even know how to send it. You sending it with a Barack phone. You got to send it on the computer, brother.
Barack.
I sent it from my
Barack
computer. He said
Obama.
I got a government phone.
Barack Obama phone.
You mean Obama?
He said I got a government phone. Hey, son, you funny, man.
Yeah, the
But I sent
government.
I sent it from my computer. I just think you capping for the crowd.
Okay. I still don't see it. Like I said.
I'll be right back, fam.
Let me go into my spam.
Okay.
Nope, don't see it, brother. You playing games. You know you ain't sent it.
Shy, check your text messages. I sent you a screenshot of the sent email.
All right, you sent the screenshot of it.
Really?
Hey,
I
y'all
sent
go.
it to you July 19th at 7:02 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's it's a Word document attachment. It's gonna say motion/resolution. Hey, Harwin, don't be pump fake.
Don't start talking about yourself in the third person. we already got Omar doing that.
No, they like to jump on me, so I like to get under their skin to pop.
I got you.
What's up, Sabir?
Yeah, give him a fair shake, y'all.
Y'all came out here, bro.
Say that again.
What happened when y'all came out here, man?
Came out where? Oh, on the West Coast.
Yeah. I think you spent all that money to come out here to get cursed out, man.
Nothing happened, man. We good.
Yo, that nigga, somebody sent me the video. They said,
Oh, he's talking about whack, you guys. He's talking about that whack 100 video. Anyway, so while he's muted out, let me see, does anybody have anything to add? Ashay said hold it down, so we're probably.
No, Paul, real quick. Did you
Yeah.
check your email? I had
Oh,
sent
I'm
you.
gonna look at it. I haven't, and I'm going
Okay,
to.
great. Okay.
I really want to look at it, and then I will let you know back on either on the panel or even email you back. But definitely, thank you for sending that. I'm gonna look at it for sure.
And that's how I feel like I should
100%.
address. I wanted to address you in those in that manner. You know what I'm saying? That way you can have a
You
formal
can
response.
address me now. If you
Oh
don't
no,
agree
no,
with me, it's
no.
one
But
thing to not agree. You took my whole presentation over that day, and Sonetta was babying you. So I love you, King J. Go ahead. You want to mention it now, and I can still look at it. What did you send?
but just like how we talk about the round table, right? I think those
Right.
are good times where we could, like, if people have papers and theses and stuff, we can just go
Right.
over their theses and their works and just go over the argument right there.
Oh,
You know
that's
what
a good
I'm saying?
idea.
Uh,
So that's what you sent me? Somebody's
no, that was mine. I wrote
paper?
that. No, that was mine. That was something that I came up.
Oh,
I
wow.
wrote that in
Oh, yeah.
response to because you had talked about the feminine Holy Spirit. So that's in
Right.
response.
Well,
That's a response to
okay,
that.
I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna
Okay.
read it. Go ahead.
I wanted to see Nepal and Sod.
Wait, hold on, Genesis. Just give me 1 second, Genesis. Then you could go. Whoever somebody was saying something.
I said the Ruach Kodesh in the Ivri is feminine.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Mighty Hebrew. Go ahead, Genesis. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mighty
So
Hebrew.
I
Go ahead,
wanted to
Genesis.
play the doctor from IFA, like Dr. I lost her damn name right now. But
No,
have
no
her
playing
show
video.
her.
No playing video system. Sorry
But
about that.
it's from my channel.
I know, but no playing videos. Sorry about that.
And Nepal was there also.
It's good, but no playing video system.
Oh wow. Okay.
So I don't be lying about that. I don't be making it up. He's
On
very
your
strict
show, on
on
you
it.
and the Paul show, y'all can do all that.
Can you discuss what the video was speaking on?
Well, she was talking about the Aj, the divine feminine, and also the Odur that came out about the Wssr Meiji that came out in Africa for the year that talked about how the primordial mothers are dealing with society right now and how people need to respect women. So
Right.
but maybe that's too much to have on.
And she is amazing. I mean, she's on another level. So we are definitely bringing her over if she will come. Genesis, if Genesis would bring her over. I didn't hear, for me, my pushback is the thing about the beard is that, yes, it's been written, but when I talk about divine femininity, I want it to be so pure, but I have to sit and talk to her a little bit more and see her full perspective on that, Genesis. However, she was 100% so in tune with teaching about the divine feminine, how femininity is perceived, and what did you say it is? This
I would love to just replay it on your channel if Sab won't let it on to HOK or the Coliseum. I would like to just
was that me
replay
or
it,
did you?
and then if people want to see it, and then we can bring her on after that, and she can go even further because I don't want her to have to repeat herself. She already said it, and then she come on and people could ask questions and everything. So I think that we talked about Otura Meiji, Wssr Meiji, Dr. Kumari. Like I said, she is an Ifa, and also a chief in the Ifa not religion, but Ifa cultural system. So I wanted to be able to bring that to HOK because we always talk about Kemet all the time, but we never get to talk about Ifa.
In reference to the African conception with female divinity, right? I was in Benin in this temple of Dagobah. I don't know if it was Dagobah, but I know it was their sacred temple, right? And every year in February, they have this ritual where they have to find there's two types of sisters that they have to find. They either find a young virgin or a woman that has passed her menses, right? And then they take them and they put them in this hut that's like 5 foot high, and it's a circle. I don't know the dimensions of the circle, right? And they put her in there with like dozens of snakes for 3 days, and she's fasting and praying for 3 days. And afterwards, she comes out and she prophesizes for the nation. This is like a yearly ritual done in February. I didn't witness the ritual. I was simply at the temple when the priest was explaining it to me. But I found that interesting the association of virginity and post-menses, and then the connection to divinity.
I would love to like have that be shown on Rise channel if we can't do it on Coliseum. If Nepal ain't got nothing to do tonight,
I mean, I got the pictures. I got the pictures. I don't got the pre-statement, but I got the pictures.
I know over here in Tanzania, I seen women over here
check the
with
back check.
beards. You heard me?
Well, the
You heard
beard,
me?
the beard is okay. The beard that we're talking about. Can we all come to the realization that beards are masculine, right? Or no?
No, they're not. Beard is just hair.
Get beards during puberty?
Beard is just hair. That's all it is.
A beard is masculine.
Okay, so come on, we're gonna do this. So boys don't get facial hair during puberty.
There's some women.
Yes, that's a masculine thing, but very few women get facial hair like that.
Okay, I know women can get beards, but I'm talking about in general. Do women develop beards and mustaches in puberty? Is that a natural thing? Is that something?
If you actually if you certain depending on how hairy the woman is, she could actually have a mustache and all type of stuff.
Is that a defect? Or is that correct? Is that something that?
Based on whatever, like genetics or whatever, they might be more hairy. Like, I don't think that hair is a masculine or feminine thing. I think it's
so if a man could have a menstrual cycle, would we just say, well, some men have menstrual cycles? Yeah, I'd say menstrual cycles are male. See what I'm saying? Like, I don't like that the feminine has been overtaken, but I don't want to go and overtake the masculine either. Beards are male. Women can grow facial hair, but beards are male. We're really going to act like women. It's natural for women to have beards.
I don't think it's natural, but I do feel that that depending on how much testosterone she has, and women have testosterone and estrogen. Same men do too. They have estrogen.
I know that.
You know what, Nepal? I think to be fair, a better way to say it is we do see women with facial hair. I don't know about full beards and mustaches, but they'll have facial hair.
Yes.
But I'm not sure your example is one-to-one, because I'm not going to acknowledge that men have periods at all. Like, I don't see that in nature, but I do see women with facial hair.
They don't have periods, but they do have cycles. They do go through a cycle of hormonal cycle. Same way women.
I'll acknowledge the cycle. There's the morning cycle.
That wasn't a good analogy. Let me ask you a question clearly. In puberty, we can determine when a male is going through the so-called threshold of changing from adolescent to male. He's going through puberty. What are some of the signs? And please, let's not play games. What are some of the signs that indicate that a boy is becoming a man going through puberty? Anybody, just throw some stuff out there.
Increase in testosterone.
And I'm saying physical signs. Facial hair. Adam's apple prominent. Deeper voice, right? Deeper voice. Okay. With women, we know that she's going into her menses. It's menarche. She's her body is forming a little bit more. We can see her shape better. I'm gonna just keep it that way, right? So my point is, I'm not saying that it hasn't been depicted as ancient goddess and she's got a beard, but we can't discount that is a masculine representation of masculine, like the masculine divine. Right. I'm not going to say.
I get what you're saying, but I'm saying is that, in the culture, they understand that when a woman loses that and gets more testosterone, actually loses that estrogen and loses her menstrual cycle, that they sometimes will grow facial hair, right? So let's say
is that the majority?
Let's get away from beard and let's just say facial hair, even chest hair, And so that's what they were talking about, is that I don't think they were doing hormonal research back in the day where they were like testing the hormones, see, well, why is this woman growing facial hair? They just saw older women growing facial hair, and then they took that as wisdom. And so therefore, and they connected it to the primordial mothers and things like that. So I don't think it's really a question of whether a beard is masculine or feminine. This is just how the culture described older women leaving out of the birth cycle into elderhood, and they gave reverence to these women, and they were spiritually respected a certain way.
Got it. Now you said a lot, so I'm going to get back to the facts. We're mixing talk about biology with spiritual symbolism. If I see something spiritually symbolized with a beard, it is a masculine divinity. It's masculine divine. Am I saying that women weren't depicted that way and said that they're divine? I'm sure, yes, I've seen some things, but we can't say, oh no, it's just because, she had testosterone, so she had some facial hair, and that is why a beard is represented as her having this great wisdom and spirituality. No.
What I'm saying is that that's what they said culturally. So, I mean, can we not agree that women, that when they get older, like the estrogen kind of leaves out, and then more testosterone is generated because they're not on their menses as much anymore.
Right,
so
I know.
So I don't think I'm not arguing. We're not disagreeing. Maybe you took me wrong, but that's why I want to actually show the video.
Should she be depicted
show the video
Genesis.
on your channel with Dr. Kumari, so
Right.
you can get the full scope of what she said and how she broke the whole thing down, so that people can get the whole. If you're down to do that, it'll I think it's about a 2-hour stream if you want to do it.
Yeah, I just take great issue with the beard being taken and given to women and say, oh, this is her feminine divinity, because that's ultimately
it's
what's
not her
happening.
feminine divinity. It was an understood thing that it was more about leaving the birthing cycle and becoming an elder. It was not necessarily about the beard. It was about that some women get beards. I got a little peach fuzz, something I gotta shave off. I mean,
That is not a beard though.
In my underneath my little chin, whatever. My chin.
Okay.
I gotta shave my little mustache sometime. I guess
That's not a beard.
Am I
That's not a
masculine?
beard.
Am I masculine?
Yeah, you would be masculine if you have a beard on your face.
But
It'd be
but there's some women that do grow full beards though. Are they masculine? Or
and they look just like men, don't they?
I think you're making an overgeneralization, basically.
And we're getting off the point. My point was about the symbolism with the beard. I'm sticking with the symbolism, but we are mixing the biology in. We have to, but it's the symbolism that I'm concerned about. And listen, even thousands of years, the divine feminine was being taken away and replaced, or we got to blend in to show some male stuff in here to show, she's a consort. She's not she's the mother, she's the girlfriend of God. No, that's my issue. When I hear things, I'm triggered to say, listen, give the masculine divine to the masculine divine. We're talking about beards, not peach fuzz, and give the feminine divine to the feminine divine. That's all I'm saying. So I would love to talk to Dr. Kumar about it, and we could do more on it. So that's all.
So do you want to play the thing, the stream on your show and after this, or what?
I can't. I'm not tonight. I'm working.
Well, I'm gonna replay it on mine so people could re-see it if you haven't seen it already. I'm gonna replay it.
Yeah.
And
well, can we bring her
come
on?
and have that discussion? Then we can have that discussion, and then we can bring her on after that. But I don't want people to think that I'm misquoting her or anything like that.
No,
you were on the show. You came up.
I missed that part. But listen, even with
you
her,
were there. You were there when she said it. She actually said
okay. If I was there when she said it, I wouldn't have respectfully pushed back on it. And I didn't hear her say it. Number one, if I heard her say it, I have no problem saying I heard her. But even if I did hear her, I wouldn't have pushed back on it. You're my peer, So yeah, I definitely would love to bring her on. And I can't do the show tonight, but the point that I'm going to drive this home though. The point I'm making is when you said we're talking about the stages of womanhood and divinity and a woman coming into her ultimate self in different stages of life, the virgin, which is the maiden, the mother, which is the woman who is fertile, and then the sage who is not fertile, the crone. She's not fertile any longer, but I love how Dr. Kumar broke that down as far as saying she's the embodiment of all her power, and she's got it all in her, and she's gone to the highest peak. So when I do that, I just me personally, I don't want to subscribe anything bearded or add in, and a beard shows us why. That's just for me, because I'm highly protective of what has been taken away from us, which is the actual feminine, the divine feminine, not a mixture, not a, okay, let's do balance. The divine feminine has been encroached upon, hidden, taken away, discounted, so that's my only issue. I'm not right. If somebody doesn't agree with me, fine, but that is my position, and that's where I'm coming from. That's what I just wanted to say. Thank you for letting me say that.
So I'll just replay it for those that are interested in that. If you go to DJ Genesis Detroit after this, I'll play it and you guys can see what the discussion was and how it went down.
Yep.
Hey, yo, Genesis, I have a question. What do you think about the similarities between Ifa and geomancy?
I believe that all these are forms of divination, and throughout Africa you had divination. That was just a way of life. Geomancy, Ifa divination, sand divination, Bamana, all the different types of divination, they all had place in Africa. Even children had their own forms of divination, and it was a way of life. And it's still a way of life, but people don't even realize it. When you actually go to a football game and that referee throws a coin up and he's wearing black and white and determines who's going to start the game, that's a form of divination. So people don't even realize that they're even practicing divination even in everyday life. So yes, divination is a very big part of society in Africa.
Right. So what do you think about its practice in Europe and in India?
A lot of Indian practices are similar. The runes are kind of like they have their when you go into, I think, the Nordic, I think that they have runes. I think most nature-based traditions have some form of divination. Like I said, it is a way to communicate with the source. So it's a connection to source energy to get the messages. It's not necessarily like certain times you might be just dealing with spirits, but when you get into certain divinations, you're directly communicating with source. So yeah.
Well, I'm specifically asking about geomancy itself, the practice of geomancy, not any other different form of divination, but geomancy and its practice in both Europe, India, and then the similarities of geomancy to Ifa.
Right. So what I think, I forget what Carl Jung said was that everybody at the same time were kind of like in the same mindset. So they were doing some of the same things. They might not have communicated with each other, but they all had like similar things that they were doing. So yes, there was geomancy later on in Europe. There in India, that's an ancient thing that has practiced as old as actual Ifa. So yes, in Hinduism, I think it's called the starts with a J.
It's called Khat al-Ramal, or Ramal Sastra in India.
Yeah, so they have that, and then if you go into Taoism, they have the I Ching. So all these different divination systems were things used to diagnose illness, give remedy for sickness, prescriptions, etc. We didn't have doctors back then, so all these divination methods were used to prescribe and to actually heal people, and most notably to actually work with the kings and the people in society to actually tell them what to look out for, etc.
All right. Thank you.
Right. So yeah. So is there anything else? Anybody else have a question?
You have a lot of good information on the Ifa, and seeing that it's an African based system. We were talking about the netters and them being literal. So you would be under the impression that they think that those netters or those orishas are literal.
Yes, there is stories of them being human beings living on Earth, but there are also other stories of them also being just etherical beings, light beings, also that transcend human form. And like I said, when you go into the Orisha and you go into the Odu, each Orisha is attached to the actual divination system, and they actually go along with a certain herb, a certain body part. And actually, when you actually look at the debate I did with when I did the Ifa versus Torah, I actually outlined the actual body parts of each Orisha, as well as what Odu is actually connected as sound as well. So there's certain sounds that are connected to healing, as well as like herbs connected to healing. Orisha connected. All those things are all connected because that was the form of medicine at the time. We didn't.
Let me cut in, y'all. Let me cut in, man. This is one of the reasons, y'all, why we in the position that we into, because we always try to fit in, put ourselves in to them people that was there years and years ago. We see so-called Hebrew Israelites. We want to be goddamn Hebrew Israelites. We see the Muslims. We want to be Muslims. We see the Christians. We want to be Christians. We see Kemet. We want to be Kemet. When are we going to put together our own goddamn culture here in the wilderness of North America? We follow everybody goddamn culture. Who follows ours? What is our culture? Dancing, singing, rapping? When are we going to put together a culture where the people can live off of our culture and follow us? That's what I'm talking about. Not no crazy stuff. Not Harwin talking about he know how to speak the language of the netters.
Ifa is not a dead.
I'm gonna drop a bomb for you right now.
Yeah, thank you.
Let me get the bomb for him. He hit the point, and then you could go, Genesis. I don't want to drop him.
Everybody goddamn culture instead of coming up with our own stuff. We ain't gonna never get nowhere like that. When is our children gonna be able to say, I'm following my ancestors with this? This is how we healed ourselves. This is how we fix ourselves. This is a whole new modern day. You ain't doing all that stuff that you did thousands of years ago.
Okay.
Hold on, just be quiet. Hold on. That ain't gonna work. Harwin coming up here trying to scam the damn people, telling people he can speak the language, and then when I ask him to do it, he give us some Dr. York shit. Like, get out of here, Harwin, with that. Yo, what do you think about? No, let me ask you, can anybody? Because when Sanjetti was up here, and I don't know why King J ain't tell him. King J, didn't Sanjetti say that was a dead language? Did he say it, King J?
In regards to what I missed that part.
The language of the netters was the dead language. He said, but we're trying to reconstruct it, but it is a dead language. Did he say that or didn't he?
Yeah, we don't know the true pronunciation.
Thank you, brother. Why you ain't tell Harwin that? You sitting,
man, you ain't gotta tell me that. I know that the phonology is all.
You sitting your butt up there agreeing with Harwin, knowing
Harwin know that. Harwin know that.
No, Harwin don't know. He said he speaks it.
Yes, I do know that, Sir. Stop speaking for me.
So why you said you speak the language, brother?
Sir, if you would have listened to my answer earlier, when I said that Obinga is reconstructing it using the African languages, that's talking about the phonology. That's what I was saying when I said that.
What do you think about?
Did I not say that?
Yep. In regards to phonograms and putting it together and reconstructing.
Nah, that's not what you said, Harwin. I wish Brother Lai hit the damn panel for once right now, man. That's the $200 you bet at me. That you can
speaking the construction of the language and saying that's the actual phonology is two different things,
$200 that you
they're two different things. You're not understanding that.
Yeah. All right. Okay. You just playing games because you got caught. What do you think about that?
Correct. It's dead. It's not extinct, but it's dead because a lot of it still survives in Coptic, right? But it's definitely dead. And this goes to speak to what the sister was talking about, trying to act like Ifa and all that. It's religion. The Egyptians practice religion like everybody else did. They try to tweak the definition and all that, but they practice religion. What she talking about is a religious social belief system, man. They believe like all human beings did. Until you get into the new age and all of a sudden now Africans don't got no religion. Africans don't believe.
Right.
Hold on. Africans don't think this
is right.
That's nonsense. You sit up here, Sonetta, and you say the same thing.
What I say?
Watch this. Tell him again, Tell him again,
Please explain to me what the debate topic was.
Damn! All of a sudden, y'all, we got to go back there again.
Yeah.
Go over. I don't want to do that again. Come on, man.
Answer the question. It's fast.
Okay. The debate topic is: are the netters literal?
To who? To Reggie and to Jabari, correct?
Yes, correct. Not to the ancestors.
Not to the ancestors,
Yeah.
which are the ancient Egyptians.
Not to the ancestors. Not that the people of Kemet believed it. Do you believe that they are literal?
I just wanted to hear you say it because people say people told me that'd be the most outlandish thing ever.
I don't give a damn.
Okay,
but that's the debate.
I just wanted to hear that's what the debate was.
You took the topic.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was it. So my point is, Jabari got up here and said the Egyptians didn't practice religion. He showed Theophile Banger, which is half wrong, right? He half wrong, talking about, no, they didn't have no religion. They did have a religion, man. They did. The New Age starts to claim that people don't got religion. That's New Age Afrocentric thought. That's not the people that actually study different indigenous cultures.
This is where you die at, and Jabari gonna get you because there was no such thing as religion.
Oh my God, sir. Yes, it was. Yes, it was some religion. Unc is right.
No, listen to me. Was they using the word religion, brother?
They weren't using the word.
They don't have to use the word religion because they weren't speaking English.
When I'm talking, man.
Talking about, bro.
Hold on. They
That's
don't need to
what
use.
he mean when he said they wasn't doing religion.
No, he didn't. No, man. Come on, man.
That's not what Jabari's saying. Jabari's saying it's all allegorical. What Unc is saying is they actually believe in real deities.
Yeah, they believed in real gods, man. Like
Shay is the tradition.
Yo, I need y'all to stop jumping in, man. Come on. That's how I get confused. It's not about that. That wasn't the debate. So y'all keep on trying to twist it.
No, I'm saying I thought you kept saying that. I knew it. I knew I wasn't losing my mind. I just want to make it clear. It was about what Reggie and Jabari thought, not what the ancient Egyptians thought. All right, bet. Shout out to Sosa. Shout out to Sosa. I wanted to make sure, Sosa, that's exactly what everybody trying to play right now.
Yes.
This goes out to Sosa. Clear. No in between. And I'm saying that then why in the hell would they argue the way they argued then? Why would Jabari go get some text from Egypt then? Why would he do all that if he thought that was the daggone debate? Hey, man. Hey, you know what, yo?
If you listen to him, he was proving that all the sources that he was showing was that they were not literal. That's why. But
it was coming from Egyptologists, right, or anthropologists, right, that was studying the Egyptian language and culture, bro.
Right, but he was showing new sources, brother.
Okay, no, and Reggie didn't show no sources, which is a complete lie.
Did you see Jabari's show today?
Man, I don't. Jabari be capped out. Y'all done.
Did you see his show today?
I don't gotta see his show. I can pull up Reggie.
Did you know that? And I didn't know this either. Jabari's show where Reggie, he was showing a source. He said, "Here, go right here," and it was taking you to Chinese language and German.
Man, I don't know what. Listen,
that's Reggie, man.
This is what I learned.
Did you see that?
This is what I learned though. If you that's for Jabari to catch during the debate. He's actually re-debating it. I can take Jabari whole debate and break them down to the very last. I can take every slide and figure out all the mistakes he made. Once you don't do that during the fight, that's it. Everybody know this. All of a sudden, it's a new rule where now you can take every single source that everybody claimed and break it down. You're supposed to catch that in the debate. I know you see me when I debate and you make them types of mistakes. Bop, 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 bop. And my rebuttal in the next round, here you go, that's a mistake. Bop, this ain't right. Bop, bop. That's how I do it. When Jabari decided to do it, he say, Reggie didn't show a source.
I can't wait for you and Jabari get in the ring.
You don't want to tell him I'm debating that the Egyptians do got a damn religion. No, you know what? I'm no longer calling him out no more. I'm done. All right. So find
somebody. They got an Egyptian today. They got a religion today. I agree.
Nah, I'm talking about ancient times. They ain't had no damn. They had a religion. What are you talking about? Just
when you look at it, when you look at it, if we use the English word today to break it down, I would say yes. It was a religion.
When we played the clip, but Jabari said he wasn't.
No,
I thought not. I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow on tomorrow's show in the morning. Catch me in the morning.
There you go.
Know, in the debate, the issue that I had with Reggie's sources is a lot of it was listed in a table versus a slide, and then where on the right side of the table, it was just where it came from. It didn't even have a page number or anything.
So
And
what,
so
man?
then I'm looking at that.
How you do it?
As I'm looking at that, I'm saying to myself, well, I could create a table and say it says this, and a third,
Is it
and
on
then
purpose?
not
Though?
give you anything, and this source could be 100% made up.
Is it on?
So
Is it on?
do
y'all do that on
in
purpose
looking
though?
at Reggie's presentation, just
Man,
the showmanship
first of all, you
alone,
slipped in,
just
bro.
the showmanship alone.
Yeah, but he kind of slipped in.
Man,
How you don't know
hold
this
on a
man
second.
just slipped
I
in?
waited for everybody to stop before
No,
I
you
interjected.
slipped in. I wasn't finished. You slipped in. You slipped in, and now you acting like somebody trying to cut you off. That's not what happened,
Man,
brother.
this guy. Anyway, as far as showmanship, I think he could have did a better job.
Right? That's how they do it. They slip in. See, I was in the middle of talking, but he slipped in. Like I can't breathe in between me talking.
That's true. That's true.
Come on, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish. Finish on. Cosmic, hold on.
I ain't listening to him. He capped out. I'm gonna show you Reggie's sources. All y'all playing with that man good name, yo. Yeah, y'all running around here playing, yo. In the middle, y'all playing. Here go Reggie's sources right here. Y'all is playing. Reggie ain't had no sources. Reggie had some wild sources. Like y'all can't read or something.
Well, it looked like you was scared to come in earlier today.
I don't want to be disruptive. I don't feel like the chat capping out on me. Like they ain't got no sense. Like they're in the same asylum or something. Like everybody can't understand. Get out of here with that crap. Yeah, we right here. Here go Reggie's source. Hold on, you gotta show, man. Gotta take that down. Let me do it again. There you go, right here. I know daggone well y'all can see this. We make y'all see it because I know y'all can't see. First of all, this is how Reggie did it. Since he's not an eloquent speaker, he wrote it out so he can round two. He go round two. You want round two, round one? Which one you want?
Click the link right there,
Hold on.
Click that link.
Click what link?
Go ahead. Go back to the yellow page where the yellow was at.
I'm going to round one first.
Nah, you just skip all that. Click that link.
Skip what?
The link that
you hit all the links, man. He might just put the wrong daggone link in there. That's a mistake that somebody else got to find. Probably was a mistake. Goodness gracious, bro. That's okay.
If it was Jabari, you wouldn't call it a mistake.
I would call it a mistake. I got no sense. No, Jabari wouldn't put no Chinese writing. He got all the sources right here. Come on, man. I'm saying, did he know that's fighting wild, yo? The man must have just put a bad link in there by mistake, yo. What we do understand about Reggie, if he don't do nothing else, he produces sources, right? These are all his. Look, can y'all read right here? I'm gonna make it bigger for y'all. For everybody, act like Manningham. It says source and scholar. It give you the whole thing. The water bush, right? And he explains it. It says semantic notes and usage. Deity, God. He explains how it's real. How they treated it in the text, and then they give you the citation. I'm trying to figure out what the hell are y'all talking about, bro? These are all sources right here. All day
Go to one of the sources that show that they were.
I don't gotta do nothing. It's right here in front of your face.
That's what I thought. Show the source, brother.
It's right here. What are you talking about? Hold the bush.
Click on one. Click on one.
Gotta click it. It's right here. Are you serious?
Yeah, I thought so, man.
Oh, you want me to just click the links? All right.
Go to one of the sources, brother, where they prove that the methods are legal.
Stop it, man. That's the source. What you mean when they prove what? You can't. We have to be able to read.
Literal. Were they literal?
Listen, bro.
That's the topic.
I'm gonna help you out right here. Let me help everybody out. You got to do this. Let me see. Hold on. Now what these using experts? Okay. I think this one is. He said my opponent did not go to the ancient Egyptian lexicon for the literal meaning of nature, which would be normally required when the gloss. It say he did not go to African experts to see their gloss-like words of existence, right? So existence to the
Bobo Money. Who you talking about? I know you ain't talking about me. Because if you You showing how ignorant your ass is.
You're no ignorant. Hold on.
You are, nigga. Because if it's a source, you should be able to click on the source and show us what it says. That's what I'm asking him, idiot.
To here, hold on. His methodology.
You were there, Jabari clicked on the source.
No, not finished, man. Jabari, he tricked you.
Let
me finish reading. It says his methodology is flawed, and because it is flawed, he has no argument in the debate. It say we can't start with his limited worldview. It say we act as he is supreme authority. Y'all do act like Jabari is that. He got a degree. He don't got a degree in Egyptology. And I keep hearing y'all making that same mistake over and over again. And at this point, it's just like I'm in an insane asylum.
You don't either, huh?
Right. Nobody on this panel do.
Jabari is closer to you, closer to that than you are. Because you have a historian degree.
It's you. You've never looked it up. You don't know the class for because you're just talking at it. Anyway, he goes on to say, right here, it says, let me see, he acts as he is supreme authority, Gutner Netra, and the Kemet with his own limited training and discuss the expert. You say, he is no expert. He stands alone. And then he gives you the source, right? Right here, the Walter Bush, Ehrman and Grappool, Walter Bush. All right. And it says standard dictionary.
But you know that's not the paper Reggie had in the debate.
Or talking,
no, but you gotta hear what he's saying.
This not the paper Reggie had in the debate. This is some stuff Reggie rewrote and revamped after the fact. This ain't what he showed in the debate.
That is what he showed.
No, this is not. No, this is not. I got his.
Hold on. There you go now, scamming the people. Because that's not what Reggie had in the debate, brother.
What is wrong with y'all human beings? What is wrong with y'all? I'm out. I don't got time for this foolery. See y'all later, man. Stupid ass shit.
Bye, because you running now.
Yeah,
you know damn well Reggie didn't show that in the damn debate. See how oh my God.
So this guy comes up here
and shuffle on us, man.
He has a temper tantrum and then leaves.
Yeah, because he got caught.
For the people who actually watched the debate, when y'all seen Reggie's presentation, when his round 2, it was not where Unc had it at. None of the citations was put like that. Where the part where it says citations, it just said sources. And he just had like slight stuff written in there. It was not written how it's written now. Reggie went and redid his whole thing and gave Unc his paper, and Unc been showing what he redid. That's not the one he actually brought to the actual debate.
Yeah, me too.
I thought it was different because when I saw it the first time, I was like, "There's no page number."
Man, that is not the one, bro. I promise y'all, that's not the one. I took screenshots. I am very familiar with Reggie's presentation.
I gotta get my computer.
And that is not the one from the debate. I promise you, it's not.
Yeah, I know it's not. Why you think Unc ran? He did the Harwin. He did that once he got caught out there.
That's why I had to come up. I was watching it and I'm like, Unc is playing right now. I'm like, Unc is playing right now because I seen that and I had to come in just to set the record straight because that's not it. I'm playing with y'all right now.
So if he's not scamming, he'll come back and set the record straight. But if he's scamming, he'll stay off.
No, but did you see Jabari's presentation?
Yeah.
Kim Netta.
Yeah, I was there. I was there. I made my commentations on it. He wore him out. Yeah, I was there on the panel. He wore him out.
Did you see when Jabari clicked on one of the links that he had?
Yeah, what happened was Jabari showed you that when he used Vincent Tobin, the link that Reggie took us to Wikipedia. When you follow the link from Wikipedia, it take you to the actual Vincent Tobin. We're on page 18 where Reggie say he cited it from. The words that Reggie said don't exist there. He totally took the quote from Wikipedia where Wikipedia was actually wrong.
I'm talking about when you
that's an example.
I'm talking about when
that is when he clicked the link. That's the link he clicked.
Listen. When he clicked the link took him to Chinese and German.
Oh, well, yeah, that was another source. That was another source where he acted like the source was in English.
Sources can't be written in other languages. Hold on. No, hold on. Listen to what happened, though. You're not listening to what happened. What Reggie did was he tried to act like he got a quote from the page that he cited, but the page that he cited was in a whole nother language. And if you quote something from another language, you have to write the quote in the language it was in and your English translation so people can check it. If you don't do it like that, that's not a proper citation of a quote that you translated. So he's playing.
Yeah, but in Reggie's defense, he could
So
have threw that
so
through
he
Google
translated the
Translate really
quote.
fast.
Yeah, because
Honestly,
most
he
of
could
the
have threw that
Quote
through
go
Herodotus.
Translate.
ahead,
They don't
brother.
write the just write
Yo,
the
one mic,
translation.
yo. Yo, one mic. Cosmo was speaking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and if, as far as that's concerned, in Reggie's defense, he could have just threw that through Google Translate and forgot to tell us that he did that process.
Right.
When I saw Jabari throw that up, I was like, yeah, I can see Reggie doing that though. So I can see that being like an oversight
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah, because most Egyptian texts are in
Well, he
German.
go against being Google Scholar, so he shouldn't have been doing that. If that's what he did, that's also a point away from him because he talks about people that use Google and stuff like that. So if that's what he was doing, that's also a problem for him. And he should
You
have
got to
maybe used
translate the
Google.
text.
He wouldn't. He maybe should have used Google. He wouldn't have had so many misspellings and things of that nature in his writing.
Okay. Yeah, he used Google Translate.
The problem was, I think he was trying to
it?
write a paper
So
instead
we
of do
can't
a
use Google
debate.
Translate now.
Yeah, that's great.
Ask King J. Ask King J. They don't agree with
We
it.
can't use
Him and
Google
Reggie don't
Translate,
agree
even
with it.
though Theophilus
I
English
agree.
is different.
No, I agree. King J and Reggie don't agree. So ask them if y'all can use it or not. I'm
That's
good
what
with
he
it
that
because I know how to
To,
use
to,
it.
to, to translate an actual source.
Yeah, now you're not even making sense because he had to have used Google Translate because most Egyptian texts are in German. So he translated it from German into English. Like you're not even making sense in
A
your
lot of
argument, King
the
Adam.
older sources is in German.
Let me tell
That
you
is
why.
very true. That is very true, King James.
Let me tell you why. Because when you're showing the source that's in Chinese and German, and you say, "Here go the source," what you think? People gonna run and go look at the translator and let me get out of here, man. Y'all do every goddamn thing, and y'all talk about I'm always glazing Jabari, but y'all worse than me,
You
man.
is, Saw, because people quote Herodotus in Herodotus' book written in Greek, but they don't write the Greek in. They just put the English.
No. I'm not running with Reggie on the debate. I'm just knowing I'm guessing what he did in that instance. I think Jabari won the debate 3-0.
Damn, 3-0?
Yeah, I was like, they said Reggie did good. I didn't get to see it the first time. I had to come in the second when you showed it. And then I was looking for the fantastic first first round.
Yeah,
But
the
I saw
first
mostly
round.
Infidisi in Reggie's first round. I was like, man, it was too much of a second person being led in the discussion to me. And then it was too much ad hominem attacks on Jabari for me. And then it was it was that bad citation. I didn't like the way he did his source citation, and it was showmanship. And then when I've seen your other debates, man, everybody had the slides and the citation exact. So just based on that alone, and then every time Jabari was speaking, he was backing up what he was saying in the source.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't really see that coming from Reggie as much. So I said I can't really see Reggie winning these rounds at all.
Yeah, they gassed it up like he did something crazy in the first round. His first round was real bad. I don't know what they saw. Like his sources was poor. Most of his statements, he made claims that he did not substantiate with primaries or any type of source at all. Forget primary. He didn't give no sources for most of his claims he made in his first round. So I don't know where they got the hype from. Everybody's talking about the first round was where he got it in the best. I didn't get that either.
So King J and Harwin, they are better than Infidisi. They'll follow Binga, Raketti Amen. Them two dudes, they way better than them. They better than Raketti Amen and Infidisi and Mario Beatty. They better than them. They're the best if you ask them.
I don't think they think that. They wouldn't.
They think that, brother. You know why they think that? Because they agree with Jabari. And they don't agree with Jabari. They keep going against it, and Jabari is telling them that, showing them the same thing that Infidisi said. Same thing. Y'all can go and look at Infidisi videos. You can go look at Mario Obidi. Type him up on the internet. That's all
right.
they told him.
And the videos that Reggie used, my bad, go ahead, Sadetta.
Yeah, and just type and look and see what he talk about. The same goddamn thing. So King J is better than Mario Obidi.
All right.
He's better than Raketti Amen, and he's better than Infidisi if you ask them.
I
don't think we will ever hear King J talk about the Akashic records.
Not at all. Not at all. We already know better than that.
But this is the genius of the debate, though. Like the debates, and then this is the craziness actually of the conversation. Everybody keeps saying this is Jabariism, which is wild. Like this is the dominant
Man, say
view of
that again.
understanding the netters. You know what I'm saying? This is like when people are initiated, people come through, they're told the netters are elements and forces, right? They can read it in other scholars before they even hear of a Jabari. And Jabari learned it in a tradition. It's not Jabariism, it's how you get an understanding of what the Netaru are. That's what Jabari was showing, his tradition. What does the tradition teach? And then just through the swiftness of conversation, it just became like Jabari's the only person in the world teaching this joint, which was wild to watch that occur.
Right. And in the videos that Reggie used of Infodici used all the words that Reggie was against. And then even Reggie himself in his video said they're literal, what do you say? They're literal principles. Now he's using the words he's against. So Reggie just was all over the place with this debate. He let his hate get to him, and he did poor scholarship when it comes to his presentation and his research. It was bad.
You know how I know that Reggie was saying that they were literal and not the people? Remember when I interviewed Infodizi last week, y'all? Y'all remember that? And Reggie was there, and I asked Reggie in front of Infodizi. Y'all seen the shift, right? Did y'all see the shift at that time?
Yeah.
Now Reggie was saying, no, they're not literal. I'm saying the people said they were literal. Come on, Reggie. Come on, bro.
It's not too late, Sonnet. It's not too late to get back on the neutral side with me.
Yeah, I'm on the neutral side, but when I see everybody jumping on Jabari, no, I ain't gonna let that happen. I ain't gonna do that. Because none of them is neutral.
No, Sonnet, 100%. You defend Reggie and Jabari. They're both your friends. We saw you do that, especially in California. I mean, in Vegas. So I'm not saying you're not. I get it. You're very protected, but I'm just saying you know, just you need to take it down a notch.
Neutral, Nepal.
All right, no, do what you need to do. All right.
Yeah, I hear you, baby. But this neutral stuff, it goes out the window. It goes out the window.
Hey, yo, Sa, man. I want. Is Kim Nutter still on the line?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Yo,
I'm right here.
I wanted to give you props, man. I was on Academia earlier. I saw you put up a paper, and man, Sa, because of what you're doing, you're putting the people in the community to become scholars, and then create works for other people to read and critique. So I just want to give you your props, Kim Nutter.
I appreciate that. I just think what Reggie did to the women of the homie was so horrible, and how he tried to describe it and calling the women B words out their name and stuff like that. And then I was hoping that he would show us where he posted his article on Jabari. I was begging him, please show us so I can get the site, because I wanted to get the site so bad. And I was hoping, I said, he better hope this site don't got no blockers with no regular average Joes like me can get in, because I'm finna publish a paper on him. And I did. I had to set the record straight on him. So if you read the paper, you'll see how much Reggie lied on them people and how I set the record straight on that dude. So good looking on going to see that.
Yeah, I'm just commending you on, putting your work up, fam. Not the content, just the effort. So
yeah, that's what I say. If you read it, you let me know how you feel. I appreciate that still.
Yeah, I read it. It was
What's
good.
the name of your paper?
Then what do you think about what you read real quick before we move on? What did you think about it?
Well,
what's the name
I
of
was
it?
looking, I think, because I noticed it looks like you were doing a lot of critique, but you were using something to critique the statements that he was making at different parts of the video. You use Grok a lot, and that's in there. So,
he used Grok. His statement, the paper that he wrote, he used Grok to write it. It was called the Grok PDF or something like that. So when you see that, that's referring to his paper that he wrote.
Okay. Let me go back to it then.
Yeah. That was the stuff that he wrote. But it's called correcting Reginald A. Mabry's misinformation on the homie, and it's spelled the proper way. I'll drop it in the back for you though.
Oh yeah, you gotta share that. So we motherfuckers finna go over that.
Oh, y'all are taking the debate in the toughest environment to academia now. Is that what I'm hearing now?
Well, Reggie did, so I went and read Reggie. I went and met Reggie where he want to play at. So I do what he do. If you want to write a paper, he said Jabari has to respond when people write papers on him in academia. So I wrote one to see how Reggie will respond, to see if he wants to get in academia and respond or not. I'm challenging him flat out.
I have nothing to say against that. But Dr. Reggie will be back. Y'all do know that.
Brother Reggie. He plays so much, I'm not calling him doctor no more. He don't hold no doctor. He can't take that title no more.
Well, what about Dr. J? Does he get to not be called Dr. J because he's so good on the basketball?
Look, I'm on Reggie right now. We ain't gonna spread it to the basketball. I ain't doing that.
I hear you.
I say, how long we going?
He's not there, I don't think.
I mean, as far as the presentation go, man, I'm done, man. Mighty Hebrew came and he went, man. So he running for the debate. He got to go through his elders to get the debate.
Those dudes are scared to get their information checked, brother. Simple.
And Cosmic, when you read the paper, you'll notice that it was comments.
Chop it up session. I don't want to have no, let's sit here and listen to you talk.
Yeah, you want to sit by yourself and get that stuff out. Nah, man. Nope. You got to have the opposition on the other side.
So, Cosmic, what I was saying, when you read it, you'll see the first part where I addressed him. It was mostly his comments that he made verbally on Sonetta Show trying to correct us. So I held him accountable for what he said. Then in his paper, he contradicts what he said in his paper. He refutes himself in his own paper. And then I compared what he said and what he wrote to the actual contemporary and primary sources to show that he was just all off, period. So I broke it down real good.
All right, I'm gonna go back through it.
All right, and with that, we out of here, man.
Peace.
Peace, everybody.
Peace. Appreciate it.
And I dropped the link in the back chat for anybody that wanted to go grab it. It's in the back chat.
King J, I forgot your name, but I will go over it and drop your name in there. And Cosmic, I forgot you too.
All right, that's love, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Peace, everyone. Peace and good night.
Get out of here, y'all.
Is the toughest environment. Before you come in, you gotta know who you're messing with. HOK is the toughest environment. You think you're ready, you think you're nice, it takes a high requirement. You gotta pay the price if you wanna survive this life. Put your heart on the line, no room for second guessing. Step into the ring and learn yourself a lesson. The pressure is heavy, it's sink or swim. Light hits the stage, but your shadow is dim.
I think I got another hit here. Nepal. I think I got another hit here, like my other one, Final Call. I think I made another hit. Let's get it. How are y'all, man?
Definitely a hit.
HOK is the toughest environment. Before you come in, you gotta know who you're messing with. HOK is the toughest environment. You think you're ready, you think you're nice, it takes a high requirement. You gotta pay the price if you wanna survive this life. Put your heart on the line, no room for second guessing. Step into the ring and learn yourself a lesson. The pressure is heavy, it's sink or swim. Light hits the stage, but your shadow is dim. You came for the crown, but you're facing the king. No turning back when you step in the ring. Blood, sweat, and tears, yeah, we built from the grit. You talk about winning, now you're ready to quit. So check your ambition before you walk off. The HOK doesn't care about space. Wisdom in the words where the truth is embraced. Every heavy line can never be erased. Oh, from the name on the stage to the legacy trace. Walking in our power at an undeniable pace. Wisdom in the words where the real minds meet. Dropping jewels on the mic, legacy complete. Kim Netta in the building, wisdom always shared. Brother I on the line, speaking truth for all to see. Vibrating on a higher plane, locked in God energy. Captain Tazariq, yacht, get the helm, taking this far. Brother Lay and Dar, Reggie, reaching for the stars. Pastor Bennett, pro the grace to deal the final scene. Now the legend is complete. We fade out on the screen. To the roots, cause we standing big and tall. And the Godfather Sonetta sees it all. The master of it all is the originator of it all.